Yes.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City of San Clemente Planning Commission meeting for Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. It's 6:03, 6:02. We're convened in the City Hall Council Chambers. And Steve, do you mind leading us in the pledge tonight?
Absolutely.
Thanks. Could you please all join us for the pledge?
Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. We are missing two commissioners tonight, Commissioner McCacken and Commissioner Prescott Loeffler. All other commissioners are present. We also have Justin Tomilo. Is that right? Close enough? Substituting for our regular Assistant City Attorney, and we also have Christopher Wright substituting for City Planner Jonathan Lightfoot tonight. He will be our lead staff person. We have no special orders of business or presentations under item 4. And that takes us to item 5, which are minutes. Anybody have any comments about the minutes or suggested changes? We've got 5A and 5B. So 5A is many minutes from our December 3rd meeting. Let's take that one first. December the 3rd. Anybody have
I'll
any?
move approval on those.
Go ahead. Okay, hold on a second. Did you have, you want to check and see if you
One
were?
of them I wasn't here. It was the
You were,
17th. I'm just a little confused.
yeah, you were here for the 3rd.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was the 17th.
Let's see if there's any absences. Steve, were you absent from that meeting? Yes, you were absent, so you'll have to abstain. Everybody else can vote. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Griffin and seconded by Commissioner Freeman. All those in favor of approving December 3rd minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And one abstention from Commissioner Camp. Great, thank you. That takes us to the meeting minutes from December 17th. And
I'll be abstaining from those.
you were absent, and so were you, Scott.
Yeah, I was absent.
So there are 3 of us. I don't know that we can take action on this one tonight because that's not enough, 3 votes. So why don't we move
I
to,
think 3 out of 5 is okay.
no, we have to have 4, I
Four,
think.
seven.
4, 4 is a majority.
That evening.
5,
There's 7 of us.
yeah.
Yeah, but not tonight. There's not.
Oh,
We only have 3 that can vote in the affirmative for that. I'm leaning towards continuing it.
Chair, so the commission has a couple options. It can continue it if it wishes. Obviously, 4 that were present can vote on it, but 5 would be the majority. 3 were present, but 4 would be the majority. For those of you that were absent, if you familiarize yourself with the meeting, if you watched the video, then you would also be eligible to vote on that item. Or, as I said, the commission can continue it.
Okay. Any consent? I'm going to move we continue these to our next meeting.
Second.
Okay, any objection to that? All those in favor of continuing the minutes? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, minutes are continued. Thanks. That just keeps it clean. Oral communications is the next item on the agenda. That's any member of the audience that wants to address the Planning Commission on any non-agenda item. I don't have any cards for that, but are there any speakers for oral communications tonight? Seeing none, hearing none. Item 7 is consent calendar. We have no consent calendar items tonight. So now we're on the main event, public hearings. That's item 8. And our first item is item 8A. It's a public hearing, 23-478 Shoreline Church remodel at 211 Avenida Fabricante. This is to consider a request to amend a conditional use permit to remodel and have an internal expansion of the existing church sanctuary, and a conditional use permit for proposed daycare use at the property, as well as a minor conditional use permit is requested for a shared parking and off-site parking. So that's required as a result of the intensification of the uses to the site. That's what's before us tonight. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our staff to provide their staff report.
Good evening, Chair Cosgrove, Planning
Welcome,
Commission.
John.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Again, I'm presenting this evening the Shoreline Church project before you. Just to give you a little background and context here, the project is located within the Rancho San Clemente specific plan, within the Business Park Zoning Designation, or BP, predominantly where the building is located. The property is also under the same ownership for the private open space lots.
Do you mind if I just interrupt you for a minute?
Certainly,
I apologize. I need to do some housekeeping. Is that okay?
certainly.
All right. I'm sorry. First meeting back from the first of the year, so I've got to take care of some housekeeping. First, because this is a public hearing, I want to turn to my colleagues and just ask them, have they had any ex parte communication with the applicant or anyone else on this matter, or visit the site? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, none. And then what I want to do is just kind of overview what we're going to do as far as running the public hearing is concerned. First, as we start with Mr. Camp, he's going to do the staff report. There may be some questions. Then we're going to turn to the applicant. The applicant will have 10 minutes to make their presentation. Then we'll take public comments. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes to make their comments. Once that's done, we're going to give the applicant the opportunity, if they want it, to take 3 minutes to do any response to public comments. And then at that point, we're going to also allow commissioners to ask the applicant direct questions. So there will be more time, there will be more interaction. You're not on the clock. So just understand that there will be that back and forth and coming after your formal remarks. Okay, so that's how we'll run it. Then we'll close the public hearing, we'll have our conversation and take an action. So with that, I want to formally open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Now, sir, thank you for allowing me to insert that little bit right there.
No problem at all.
All right.
So just to give the Planning Commission and the public some context, the project site is again located within the Rancho San Clemente specific plan within the Business Park zoning designation, as well as it has 2 adjoining lots that are located in the private open space, or OS2 zoning designation within the specific plan. As you can see here from the aerial image, you can see the location where the building is placed is that Business Park zoning designation, and then the 2 lots that are joining that along the slopes are the private open space zone lots. So the 3 parcels are in total 4.9 acres. The developed lot is improved with the 2-story, 4,100 square foot building. And the adjacent uses are, typical business park uses in terms of light industrial, business offices, industrial, a mix of uses throughout the area, as well as the adjoining open space areas that you can see here. So just to give you a little background about this site and its past entitlements, is that back in 2013, it obtained a conditional use permit for the religious use for the church, which has been operating, which at the time included 308 seats, that did anticipate a phased expansion up to 700, as well as a weekday daycare that would be operated at the site, which was approved at up to 80 children. Along with some off-site parking that was proposed as part of that. So following the 2013 approval, the church use was established and has been in effect ever since. However, the daycare use was never enacted, and so that entitlement did expire. But then it also did note that any additional increase in seating would be evaluated under a future entitlement. So the project is requesting several entitlements this evening. First, as stated, a request for an amendment to the conditional use permit to expand the sanctuary from the current 400 seats to 579, as well as a conditional use permit to allow for the operation of the preschool with up to 60 children is what's proposed. And then minor conditional use permits for the proposed shared and off-site parking to accommodate for the church operations, most specifically the increase in the sanctuary. The project is also requiring a development permit for the proposed facade and deck upgrades. So I'll be speaking to all of these key entitlements here through the presentation. So just to give you some context and understanding about the overall and general operations of the building, as I said, this is an existing established church, so they do have their operations during the week, and then they have their weekend sanctuary services, as well as some other services during the week. So predominantly during the week, the operations that are proposed would result in the occupation of 55 stalls per the city's zoning ordinance, which would be inclusive of the preschool, which would be operating during the 8 to 5 hours, the offices, which would be 9 to 5, and then there would be a cafe that would be accessible to, either parents of the preschool or visitors of the church for the different worship services that they offer. And then as well as on the weekend, the operations would require 145 stalls for the Saturday and Sunday services, and then during that time, the cafe would be open to serve the patrons and the congregation. So the overall parking supply on site is 72, and those would be restored with the removal of some of the temporary COVID installations that were placed at the property, that were shade structures and poles and some other elements to allow for the outdoor services at the time during the COVID period. And so the project would be restoring those elements to get back to the 72 stalls, as well as the on-site parking would be, the weekday accommodations would be able to accommodate that 72 stalls. As I said, the proposed demand during that time period is 55. But then during the peak weekend demand services is where that additional parking for the off-site parking would be necessary to accommodate the increase in the sanctuary. So as part of the review of the project, staff did require that there be a parking and traffic study that was completed by LLG, which is an traffic engineering firm, to confirm the sufficient parking was provided on site, but as well as look at the transportation and parking management plan to ensure that adequate circulation and protections were in place for all of the proposed uses at the site. So that was reviewed by staff, the city's traffic engineer, and deemed to be adequate in providing sufficient analysis. So the preschool has its own unique circulation that's been established and is incorporated in the traffic study. And that circulation does occur on site for the weekend during the preschool operations, as well as in coordination with the office operations which are occurring. So in understanding that having a large school drop-off at one time would be problematic, the operations and the setup for the school is proposing to have a staggered drop-off where children are dropped off, or 50% of the children would be dropped off at 8 a.m., 25% would be dropped off at 8:30, and then the remainder, 25%, would be dropped off at 8:45 to ensure an adequate timing to allow for parents to circulate out and provide sufficient parking, as well as a safety component for parents walking their kids in to school. So here's just an illustration of some of the queuing that's was illustrated in the parking and management plan in terms of some of the different drop-off locations as well as staffing locations, just to show that there's adequate circulation as well as queuing to avoid any queuing into the street, Avenida Fabricante. Oh. There we go. So as I stated before, due to the nature of the project and its proposed expansion, shared and off-site parking is being proposed, which are minor conditional use permits necessary under the city's zoning ordinance. And so, again, the weekday operations would be able to be accommodated on-site. However, with the increase in the seating for the sanctuary up to 579 seats, the applicant, Shoreline Church, has proactively coordinated with 290 off-site or property owners that could provide up to 290 off-site parking spaces within 1,000 feet of the property to provide that weekend supply of additional parking. And so the church has established a shuttle service as part of that, which is already in effect, as well as been incorporated into the traffic plan that was reviewed by the city to ensure safe circulation for vehicles as well as pedestrians. So the city has incorporated in some conditions of approval to ensure that adequate parking is provided on site, to ensure that that there's annual verification that's submitted by the church upon submittal of their business license, just to ensure that there's at least the minimum necessary to accommodate the proposed seating in the sanctuary, and that if there is a reduction in the off-site parking that's available to the church, that the seating supply be reduced reflective of the available parking, which is, in this particular case, one space for every 4 seats for the sanctuary seating. And then just to ensure that there's conditional approval, that there's ongoing compliance with the parking management plan that has been submitted as part of the operations. In addition to that, there's a noise component to this project related to the different uses that are being proposed here. So within the worship services or sanctuary services, those are regulated under the city's municipal code related to the noise ordinance. And it does call for doors and windows to be closed during when amplified music or volume is being proposed during the services. And since the operations of the church, the city is not aware of any complaints or issues in terms of the amplified music or amplification of noise related to that. As far as the preschool is concerned, the noise generated under that is exempt under the city's municipal code, and so has been identified as part of the project. However, the applicant is aware of the sensitivity and the noise generator of the school, and so they have incorporated in some operational measures as well as some sound absorbing fencing that's proposed near the play areas to be try to be a good neighbor to those adjacent uses. In addition to those entitlements, a development permit is required due to the nature of the decks, the proposed decks exceeding 200 square feet. A portion of the reason for the decks is that to comply with state mandated requirements for outdoor daycare facilities, they're required to have, I believe it's 75 square feet of play area per child. And so that resulted in, due to the nature and the configuration of the structure, where the structure is, and available play area, again, is located next to those slopes, as you saw on the aerial imagery. And so the deck was identified as a opportunity to extend that play area to accomplish that. So the rear deck is about 3,600 square feet, and then there's an east side gathering deck that's 724 square feet. In addition to the deck area, there are some facade and exterior improvements that are proposed to the building, including awnings, some siding, hardscape, and shade structures to overall enhance the aesthetics and the design of the building. as part of the overall upgrade and enhancements to the property. Here you have the aerial imagery on your right-hand side of the two proposed decks that are bordered in red. Staff did identify here on the thick black line, which is the location of the property line. So as part of this project, the applicant does own these adjacent parcels, which are zoned open space or private open space. And so as part of, again, enhancements to the property as well as for the school outdoor play area requirement, they're proposing to extend over the property line into their lot, which is the open space zone lot, to accommodate that. And see here on the left-hand side, we have a cross-section image of where the property line would sit in relation to where the deck is. And again, on the right-hand side of the line is where the open space is located. So a little further discussion on that is that, again, the decks are proposed to extend into this private open space, which is under, again, the same ownership of the applicant. In the city's review of this, to allow for the development to extend over a property line, one of the implementation elements that could be required by the city is, and thought was most appropriate, was a lot tie to ensure that the development is to allow it to extend over the property line. So that's been established as a condition of approval and has been reviewed by all city departments in terms of that, and they're supportive of that. City also wanted to make mention that this is not the first case where there's been improvements that extended for a particular use into private open space or open space. Just at the bottom of the La Plata, at the intersection of La Plata and Avenida Pico, or near that intersection, is Gratitude Garden Preschool, where they did expand into an open space area with fencing, shade structures, and playground areas. That open space is owned by the city and did go through a review process and was supported and did get approved to allow for that expansion into the open space area. So in staff's analysis of the Rancho San Clemente specific plan, in looking at the open space standards, it does allow for structures that are incidental and accessory to the permitted uses to be constructed in these particular areas. And so as a result of past approvals as well as that code section, staff was supportive of the proposed expansion of the decks into the particular area. There we go. Here, because they have some facade enhancements that are proposed as part of the project, as well as some Charleston patio covers, want to just reflect some images here of what's being proposed at the concept elevations, with just a slight enhancement to the overall exterior facade to go along with this. They are relatively minor, but in alignment with the overall building's architectural design and style. So with that, staff is recommending that the project be determined to categorically exempt per SEQA per sections 15301 as well as 15303, and adoption of Planning Commission Resolution 26-003. Staff would also like to mention that there were I believe two letters that were received from the public related to concerns about the operations of the facility as well as the expansion of the decks into the open space area and their concerns related to that, which the applicant is and staff is prepared to discuss later on in the meeting. So that concludes staff's presentation at this time.
Thank you very much, John. Shall we just go right to the applicant? Everyone, or does any, yeah, are we okay with that?
Well,
Or do we want to ask John some questions?
I have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Should I wait to
Yeah, I'm
ask
thinking,
him?
why don't we hear, I'm thinking maybe we hear from the applicant.
Well, we could do questions first because then maybe the applicant wants to.
Can speak
touch
to
on it
them?
during- Yeah.
Sure, why don't you run through them?
Did you have any questions?
Well, my question would be why they didn't go to get their CCNRs approved before coming to us.
Yeah, We can let the applicant answer that.
I think it's a big issue.
Sure.
The applicant's prepared to respond to that question.
Okay, did you want to just run through your questions and maybe they can be prepared maybe? But we're going to have them do some Q&A afterwards, so I don't want them to,
Well, I can just put them out.
yeah, put them out
Put them
there.
on the table and
Yeah.
then, okay. John, you said there were no complaints. There've been no complaints since they've been there regarding noise. Have there been any complaints on any other fronts, like parking or anything else, or no complaints at all?
Not that I'm aware of in the record.
Okay, and you would be aware?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You mentioned that there's parking agreements. I guess there's several. And if that changes, they are to provide at least maybe a reduction in seating. How is that accomplished? And well, first of all, I guess first question would be, how are they adding was it 179? Is it additional seats? Because I don't see an increase in square footage of the building.
Correct. It's all internal now, so the seating, it would just be added seating. It's a large open space.
Configuration.
Yeah.
Into the storage area.
Yeah, there's no proposed exterior expansion or
So
addition to the building.
they're increasing the size of the auditorium.
Correct. Well, the seating in the auditorium.
Okay, so they're basically fitting more seats in
Correct.
to an existing room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And 579 is the new limit?
That's what they're proposing.
Okay. The parking study, was that based on demand or zoning?
It was based on demand and proposed operations.
Okay. So this four seats, or I'm sorry, four seats per space. Why did you mention that if the parking was based on demand?
Well, the zoning ordinance requires one space per 4 seats. So what the parking and traffic consultant looked at was comprehensively the operations of the facility, what's happening, is there sufficient parking there based on the operations and what's occurring, as well as the traffic and circulation elements. So they looked at, comprehensively the entire project and determined that there was adequate parking as well as sufficient circulation with the parking management plan.
Okay, so are you saying that the worst case is the zoning requirement or the parking demand?
I'd have to look at the traffic study, but I think the worst case is the one space per 4 seats.
Okay, we'll want to confirm that.
Sure.
There's several lots that are indicated. I guess the neighbors that are going to be providing the shared parking. But it's not clear, at least I didn't see it on our packet, how pedestrians are circulating between those properties and the church entry. Is there something that I'm missing?
I believe there was a figure in there. Here it is. So this identifies some of the lots that they had proposed, or they had identified for church lease spaces, which are in I'll call it the gold banding, and so they identified those particular areas here. In terms of, are you speaking in terms of like how are people actually physically getting from those lots
A
to
parking
there?
management plan normally is diagrammatic. So it shows if there's a shuttle, where the shuttle is circulating to, where it's dropping off, how pedestrians are walking, is there a public sidewalk that they're utilizing? If they're across the street, how are they getting across the street to the church property, that kind of stuff. I have this diagram, but this is pretty global. I mean, it doesn't really give me much detail. So is there any either description or diagram that gives me more specific information about that?
Let me look into the traffic report. I recall seeing something, but let me see if I can find it as there's additional discussion occurring.
Okay, that has to do with public safety, so that's going to be important. Let's see, there's some changes. Oh, another question I have. There's a few requests here. There's the daycare, and you called it a preschool. Is it preschool or daycare?
Daycare. I think they're calling it a preschool pipeline.
They can answer that. And that's just, I wanted to get that out there. We need the details of, if it's a preschool, what ages, if it's a daycare, what ages, that kind of stuff, a little more specific. Back to this shared parking, maybe this is an old image, but that lot, it's numbered 11. That appears to be just an open lot, not a parking lot. Is that a developed parking lot there?
That 11 is referring to on-street parking.
Oh, it is,
It's in
okay.
that pink
So
color.
that particular property is not part of the agreement, the
Correct.
shared?
The church lease spaces are, again, have the parcels in the gold boundary. Coloring.
Okay.
Gold-
All right,
gold
so it's
color.
just those four that are sort of directly adjacent, two across the street and then two adjacent.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, the question, Gary alluded to, there was a previous approval for both church and daycare use, right? The daycare use has expired because they didn't use it. Were both of those approved by the association and in 2013 or 2016? I think it was 2013.
I can't speak to whether the association approved anything. I don't know if the association is required to approve a proposed use within the park or
Applicant will
not.
address
They can
that.
speak to that.
I assume. Okay. Getting back to my other question, there's multiple components to this. There's the facade improvements, there's the daycare, there's the increased seating in the auditorium. Do we have the option of approving any of those separately, or is it all or nothing tonight?
Multiple configurations could be considered and weighed in on by the planning commission. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing, but I'll defer to Mr. Wright as well as the city attorney on that.
Okay, I don't know if you want to address that now, or should we wait?
I think staff would rather wait depending upon the nature of the commission's leanings.
Okay. Another thing I want to get out on the table, I suspect there's going to be a concern with these playgrounds and the potential noise. Was that addressed in your requirements to the applicant in terms of, noise screening or buffering or abatement or anything for the playground specifically?
Yes, staff did discuss that with them, and I believe that they can speak to some of the operations as well as some of the improvements and considerations that they have to try to manage that while being a noise generator, but is not subject to the noise ordinance.
Okay. Those are the main considerations. I think also we're going to have, just so the applicant can be prepared, we're going to have some questions about pedestrian circulation around the front of the church, because it seems like with the new drop-off, there's been a reduction in the sort of plaza space or pedestrian space. And typically with these churches, there's a transition area outside the church that's required. Just if you're counting all that parking, I think there's 72 stalls, which I don't know, I didn't count them. It doesn't look like there's that many, but if putting in the additional parking and removing the COVID type obstacles, if that's going to allow for enough pedestrian circulation in the front. So the applicant might want to be giving that some thought as well. I think I just wanted to get those out on the table. So
Yeah, I
think that's-
appreciate that. You're very experienced in church operations, architecture, design, build, so appreciate that. I think it would probably, just to give the applicant some structure, perhaps when we get into Q&A, we could use that time for you to have the site plan up, and you can do a detailed walkthrough on the site plan. But let's not use your 10 minutes for that. You do your plan presentation, and then all the comments that Commissioner Camp was thoughtfully put forth, I think we'll defer those till after your presentation. So we'll do your presentation, public comment, and we'll probably, what I'd like to do is get the public comment and then bring you back, and then we can go through this in more detail. Does that make sense to you? Good. Can you, okay, so with that, is there any other comments?
I have some questions.
Okay.
John, I think you said in 2013 it was approved for 308 spaces expandable up to 700,
Correct.
but yet in your presentation, you said that they're existing at 400 and want to go to 589.
Correct.
So they went from 308 to 400 without city approval?
The record's not quite clear on that. I think that might have been a nominal increase that the city planner at the time might have allowed based on the available off-site parking that they had in their agreement. But there was just insufficient information in the record to confirm that assumption.
Okay,
But maybe the applicant can speak to that as well.
okay. And then in 2013, the daycare use was proposed and considered and even approved, but then that approval lapsed based on non-usage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
but in the original documentation and considerations, that was in there,
Yes, and it allowed for up to 80 children is what was approved.
and they're proposing 60 now.
Yes.
Okay. And the deck over, the proposed deck over the lot line, is that allowed per the building code, or did building department weigh in saying that that was acceptable to them?
The building department did evaluate it as well as Public Works, and it was determined that a lot tie would be sufficient for compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one more?
Yeah, yes, yeah. One more question from Commissioner Camp, and then we'll go to the
So
applicant.
the decks are to provide adequate outdoor playground space for the daycare, right?
Yes, that's part of the requested expansion related to it.
Okay, and yet in 2013, I don't think the requirements were different, and it was approved, and you may not know this, John, because you weren't involved in that approval. But how would that have been approved for daycare in 2013 if they didn't have the required outdoor space?
I can only speculate on some possible scenarios that were considered. Maybe that was something that they didn't do the necessary due diligence at the time, prior to dealing with the state on that.
I guess it's irrelevant at this point, anyway. Yeah. So, thanks, John.
Very good. John, did you want to introduce the applicant, or should I have them just come up and introduce themselves? Yeah, so representing the applicant, could you send your representatives up to the podium and introduce yourself to the audience and the commission? And we're going to put you on the clock for 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay,
Welcome, sir.
thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tony Torres. I'm the architect representing the Shoreline Church. I work with Visioneering Studios Architecture. We're located at 106 West 4th Street in Santa Ana. Our specialty is working with churches. We've worked with thousands of churches over the 20 years that we've been in business. So we're used to this process of entitlement approval for each project that we have to go through. Before I continue too much more, I'd like to introduce Pastor George Hulse to come up to give an introduction about the church as well, so he can speak about the church and the community.
Chair, members of the Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is George Hulse. I serve as the lead pastor of the Shoreline Church and have for all 25 years. A proud resident of San Clemente for a little over 40 years now, having moved here in 1985. Relocated from Newport to, my folks said, we're moving to Poche. There's sand under the house. Do you want to come with us as a teenager? I said, I'd be stupid not to do that. So, love San Clemente. I want to say thank you guys so much for putting in a pump track and a skate park in a city. I don't know how many people have that kind of vision for a city, but I love it. We appreciate the time and care that you guys give to our city and the proposals like ours. The enhancement project before you tonight is designed to improve how our property serves both our congregation and the surrounding community. Those are both on our mind very much with this project. The primary goals of the project are safety and accessibility and good stewardship of the space that's been entrusted to us. So specifically, you guys know and you've heard, but just by way of reminder, great churches are always in great cities. And this is a great city, and we are very thankful to be one of those churches. We know there's many good churches in San Clemente, but we are happy to be a great church in a great city. Churches promote marriage and parenting. Churches bring down divorce rates. Churches help families of all different kinds to thrive. And so we are interested, sometimes we say the Shoreline Church of San Clemente, but oftentimes we'll switch that to the Shoreline Church for San Clemente. We love the city. We often work with people who are out of code compliance to help them come into compliance. We serve the city regularly with projects as a church. This project will specifically improve pedestrian and vehicle safety, as you'll hear here in just a minute, manage and improve traffic flow, enhance the appearance of the property in a way that will align with the character of the neighborhood, and increase accessibility to our property for the community in really important ways. So we've worked closely with our architects and city staff. We are very thankful for John and all of those of you that have worked with us to meet all applicable codes and regulations. We've also been mindful of our neighbors, addressing concerns related to parking and lighting and noise and hours of use, so you'll hear more about that. Our church, of course, is active in the city. We love the city. Throughout the week, our property supports the community in a number of different ways: youth programs, kids programs, counseling services, food distribution, local partnerships. Like I said, we love the city. We want it to be great. We are helping in every way that we can. So these enhancements are going to allow us to continue serving the broader community in even a more effective way. So we very much value being good neighbors. We are sincerely committed to being responsible partners in this city. We believe this project reflects that commitment, and we respectfully are asking for your approval tonight. So thank you. Very happy to be with you.
Thank you, Pastor George. So just speaking to a little bit of the details of the project, John gave a great presentation about all the aspects that we're trying to get approved. Specifically regarding the deck, it is in regards to the open space requirements for daycares, that you have to have 75 square feet per child, as John has mentioned. And we chose to do it in a way that touches lightly on that property, rather than do mass grading and bring just earth in to kind of flatten out that area. Having the deck over there maintains the drainage on the property. We understand that it's open space and we want to respect that. The church right now owns that parcel, and they also maintain that parcel. So all the brush and everything back there, they've been maintaining for, fire purposes and just overall maintenance. So we're looking to touch lightly on the site. We're not looking to do any kind of massive improvements that don't fit on the site itself. The expansion of the worship room, I know we'll go into questions later, but there is going to be a portion of a storage room that's going to be taken out to expand that auditorium. So it's enlarging, but it's staying within the footprint. So everything that we've designed is just to be mindful that, you don't want to provide too much capacity on the property. The shared parking agreements fully handle all the parking requirements. And we'll get into the details about how they do their volunteers and ministries that actually have people come up and guide pedestrians or run a shuttle or help parking in and out safely. So the church already currently operates in that way. So we're here for any questions that you have. I know that the public's going to speak first, but that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Thank you, Ms. Torres. I'm going to just move right to public comment, and then we'll bring you back, and we can have Q&A with you. We can reset the timer, Tamara, thank you. We have 3 speaker cards, so if there are other speakers, the blue cards in the back are our way of knowing that you want to speak. So if you could get that and bring it up to the front, we can put you on our call-up list. So I'm going to go ahead and start with our first speaker, who we just heard from, the pastor. So George Holtz, you'll be our first speaker, followed by, Tony, did you want to speak again as a public speaker? No, okay. So then really we just have 2 speakers, Mr. Holtz and then a Brooklyn DeSoto. So Mr. Holtz, did you want to take another 3 minutes, or do you?
My comments were what I hoped to make, so.
Great. Okay, so we just have one comment then from Brooklyn DeSoto. Is she here? Great, come on up. You'll have 3 minutes to share your public comments with us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Brooklyn DeSoto. I have taught preschool for 3 years and born and raised in San Clemente. And I'm just here to say that I have a plethora of mom friends. I have an 8-month-old currently, and a plethora of mom friends that are married and living in San Clemente. Both the mom and the dad have had to work. And so finding daycare or preschool or anywhere for your child to be watched safely has been difficult for a lot of my friends that I've heard. And so having a place that we know that our kids would be well taken care of, and in addition would have cognitive skills, social skills, fine and gross motor skills added to their life and benefited from being in this program would be amazing for the community and just for my close-knit community in San Clemente as well. And let me see. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes. In regards to also the structure, I know that the timing would also benefit the community in regards to noise, being that it would be structured in a way that the children would come in at 12:30 for nap time and would be inside, not making noise outside from around 12:30 to 2:30, almost 3. And so that would be a benefit to the neighboring businesses around as well. And that's all I have for you guys. Thank you.
Well, thank you. She's just a member of the public. Yeah. Mrs. DeSoto, thank you very much for coming out tonight and sharing your comments with us. Is there anybody else from the audience that didn't turn in a speaker card that wants to address us tonight about this project? I see someone in the back. We want to be very inclusive and want to be very welcoming to everybody in the audience. We very much want to hear from anybody that wants to share. If you could just please state your name for the record and just keep your comments within 3 minutes, that would be great. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. Sorry about the little baby snorting.
Okay, it's welcome.
In the background.
It's fantastic.
I'm Jamie Hulse. I have been going to Shoreline for probably over 6 years now. Met my husband there. Beautiful family there. Love Shoreline so much. I also have lived in San Clemente for a few years now, so I worked at San Clemente Elementary School, San Clemente Christian, and they used a program that's called Pick My Kid. And George told me that they were going to implement this as part of their parking. Sorry, my brain is thinking about my
Hey, you're
child.
doing great.
As part of their parking solution for just like traffic flow and getting kids in and out and parents out of the building. And I was like, amazing, because when I worked at San Clemente Christian and we didn't use Pick My Kid, it was like a disaster. And there was so much traffic and it was just crazy nuts. But then we started using the program and it was like awesome. It was a game changer for the parents, for the kids, the teachers. Traffic was like pretty much almost gone once we had it all figured out. And so I said, oh, I'm excited for you guys to use that. And hopefully that'll be a really good benefit for just keeping traffic flow well. And yeah, as a mom, I have 2 little babies, and I'm also a teacher, so this is a place I would love to pour into as a teacher, but also a place where I'd love my kids to go as well. So yeah, I hope it ends up working out. And I have a minute left. I'm looking at it, I'm like, ah. But thank you for the opportunity to share, and I think it would just be a great benefit in so many different ways. So yeah, and thank you for listening to my little baby snort.
Okay, it's wonderful, and we appreciate you stepping up and sharing your perspective.
Yeah, of course. I was just about to leave, and then I was like, I heard that I could come up, and I was like, I'll do it.
Right.
So I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to address or speak? See a hand in the back, come on up. Just again, same routine, if you could just state your name, that would be great.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Laura Wilson, and we've been residents of San Clemente for 11 years and been at Shoreline the entire time. I am a mom, I am a grandma. I have a passion for children. I was an educator before that. I actually have worked at San Clemente Christian also. I have a deep passion for preschool age. It is my heart. I always taught 3, 4, 5-year-olds. So I know there's a need. All I have is young families around me all the time, like Brooklyn and Jamie. But I have 5 children, so I have their friends all around us, and there is such a need for another faith-based preschool, to be honest. I would love nothing more, and this church has an incredible facility for it, so I am asking you to approve it. I think it would be a true blessing for San Clemente. So thank you for listening.
You're welcome, thank you for coming forward and all of your service to the community with your daycare service providing. Anybody else? Please.
Hi. Hi, Steve. Good to see you. My name's Kayla Merwin, and I was born and raised in San Clemente and love this town so much. Someday I'll be there. I always joke that I'm going to run for city council or do something someday. But I don't know that much about preschool aside from having 3 children that are preschool age all the way to 4th grade, and I can't help but agree that it is a need in this community. I have so many friends that are always asking me or, other moms that I know, where do you go to preschool? What do you do? I need something, even just 2 days a week, just to kind of get some time back for mom to go run those errands or to work, as Brooklyn was talking about, both parents working so that we can live in this wonderful town. But I also just wanted to touch on Shoreline. I have been at Shoreline since I was, I think, 11 or 12, basically right when they started. And everything Shoreline has done is gold. They just, George and Cheryl take such good care of their church body and community, and everyone they hire, we trust with our own children on Sunday mornings, and we're just always amazed at all the things that they do for the community. And so I just wanted to speak as a public person on behalf of Shoreline. So that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments. They're welcome and helpful to the proceeding. Any other member of the audience want to share their thoughts? All right. Seeing no other members of the public that want to address the commission, at this point, I'd like to ask Mr. Torres to come back. And there's really nothing to rebut. That's kind of the format, is a rebuttal. There's really nothing there to rebut. Everybody was very supportive, pointing out the need in a very articulate way. So thank you to all the speakers. Public comments really are essential to public hearings. there's no public hearing, there's no public comments, it's not really a good public hearing. So thank you. We need people to come up, so thank you. Mr. Torres, if you don't mind, I hope you were just jotting down a few notes as Mr. Camp was going through sort of his checklist. Do you mind maybe picking that up and maybe walking us through? And
Sure.
John, I don't know if there's a site plan in your PowerPoint. If there's a way to bring that up at some point, I would love for Mr. Torres to walk us through the site plan.
Mr.
Is
Chairman.
that possible?
Yes, and you sent us some images. Are there some images that you want to have brought up that might articulate this appropriately?
Yes.
Do you have the file name that you'd want up first? Tamara will be able to project it up for you.
Sure. The one, actually, the section that you had, that drawing up, that would be a good thing to, yes.
Commissioner Griffin, did you want to?
I was going to ask if we could ask a few questions before we dive into the responses.
Oh, you want to ask questions of the applicant? Yeah, I think what I was having him do is really respond to Steve's questions. So,
I
I
understand,
think
but
if we get them all out.
yeah, so if you want to
thank you.
make your questions known to him now, do you mind just jotting those down, Mr. Torres, and then you can weave it in?
Sure.
Great. So Commissioner Patrick Griffin, I'm going to recognize you.
Thank you. I assume you're aware of the letters that we have from Essex and from Palmieri Tyler?
I'm aware of them. yes.
Okay, and I don't want to get into the legalities. My
Sure.
question is, and I apologize, but my question is, would you entertain a continuance in order to resolve these issues with the HOA?
No, absolutely, yeah. In any way that we can work with staff to get this project approved, if it's a condition that gets applied to the project, or if it's a continuance, we're willing to do that, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, I asked the question because if we continue the matter, we're going to dive into the details of parking, circulation, safety, et cetera, at that time. And rather than go through all of that and then go through it again if we continue, it just seems logical to have a discussion about continuance.
Oh,
Or about the two letters.
yeah.
I was going to mention the same thing, that we should discuss that.
Okay, I was thinking we would discuss that at the end, but why don't we, it sounds like there's a request from the members to maybe discuss that up front. So, let me facilitate that then. Just for the members of the audience and those that might be wondering what we're referring to, the city received two letters from interested parties that are, one is from the Business Park Association, and the other is from a nearby tenant expressing concerns about the project. And so what I'd like to do then, is maybe turn to Mr. Wright and our assistant city attorney, and have them review these letters with us and talk about how they impact this process, and what the city's perspective is on responding to these letters, so that we could maybe clear the air on these now.
And with all respect, I'd like to start with the Essex letter. To me, if they're required to approve a project and they haven't approved it, we need to stop.
Well, okay, so that, just again for context, so everyone can follow along, the Business Park Association is provided within their letter that they believe that there are some concerns that they have with compliance with CC&Rs. And I think that the letter is representing that there's not a compliance, and they don't have a board approval for this project. But let's have the city staff respond to that. Mr. Wright, do you want to just walk us through your evaluation of this letter, how that plays into the approval process before us tonight, please?
Sure. An agent of Essex, the property manager for the Rancho San Clemente Business Park Association, wrote a letter stating that the board has not taken action on the project. And so they're not in a position to actually state what their position is because the board has not reviewed and taken formal action. So that's my reading of the letter is that their position is not yet confirmed. The other letter is from a property owner in the association of which they contend that they have some issues with the project and summarize those and question a number of items with regard to the CCNRs. And the applicant has been speaking with staff and they can comment further on their efforts to comply with CCNRs and reach out to the association. I'll let them comment on that. Just one other note is that it's good to clarify what the municipal code requires in this situation. So our municipal code does not require approval of the association in order for the planning commission to act on this project. That is limited in the municipal code to residential homeowners associations. So if you have a project that's subject to a homeowners association, there's explicit mention in the municipal code that an HOA has to approve the project in order for the city to act on that, and that's not this situation. So the planning commission does have the option to continue, but it is not withheld from acting on this project with regard to the association's determination.
And Chair, members of the Planning Commission, if I may, just to piggyback off of that. So as was stated, it is not a listed requirement, and we're speaking about CCNRs here. And additionally, it's not a required finding or otherwise part of the required findings that are being presented to the Planning Commission, meaning that the Planning Commission does not need to find that the CCNRs have been satisfied. Those are private documents between two different parties, private parties, and they don't involve the city. So the other aspect to it as well is that the applicant has due process rights. They have a right to notice an opportunity to know what the city is basing its decisions off of. The city's action tonight is consideration of a modification of a conditional use permit, a new conditional use permit, and a minor use permit. All of those findings have been made in your staff reports and in your resolutions. So I would caution the commission against relying on the CCNRs in rendering your decision one way or the other.
Yeah, I think what I hear you saying is, it is not considered a prerequisite or a requirement in order for the city to make its determinations on the applicant's rights to have their application considered and reviewed, and for the city to make a decision upon it. That this is not really, should not be a factor. And it's really between two private parties, and it might be something they may have to take up subsequently. But let me ask you this, in the context of pulling a building permit, does this come into play? Will the city look for a approved HOA or a business park association plan stamp before issuing permits? Or is it completely between those two parties?
Is between those two parties. There's no municipal code requirement.
So the city really doesn't recognize that.
It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
I don't think, I wouldn't go as far as say it's irrelevant, because we could approve it. And if we don't know what their CCNRs say, CCNRs, and I'm in favor of this project, but I
You
don't.
just told us.
What? He just told us
that
what?
We're not required.
No, he says it's irrelevant.
No, you said it's not required.
Well, somebody here said it may not be required, but he's saying from the municipality, it's not. But if the board of, oh, I keep wanting to say homeowners association, but if the association
Business park.
thinks that it's germane, then we can become part of, we can then become involved in a sort of a litigate.
Ask it as a question.
Well, would we become a party of a litigation if the church then became, what we granted the business association doesn't want to give them, because they have control of the property.
Commissioner,
Just because we're the municipality, we can't shove it upon the business association.
Commissioner, your comment is well received. I'm hesitant to speculate as to what might happen.
But you are speculating that
no.
they wouldn't sue us, the city, if we approved all their decks that go out, that perhaps they're against, or they're also saying that it requires the EIR. And if we're going to say that the EIR is not required, and the one letter from the attorney says an EIR is required, then we're getting involved in that debate.
What, Commissioner, if I may?
Those are two questions.
But it's still, if they're saying we don't have to, and I'm not going to.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's have our attorney give you an answer to your
What would be the
question.
reason for me being a commissioner to push this on the association? And I'm in favor of the project, but I don't want to have a bitter litigation between the church and the association.
Understood. Let's go ahead and have the attorney respond.
And I think he should respond to both questions. One of them is an EIR required? You need to respond to that one as well.
Happy to answer all the commission's questions. I want to take them in the order in which I received them, if that's acceptable. Okay. So for the first question, the CCNRs, as I've reiterated, just to put it quite simply, it's not a requirement. The Planning Commission, I would caution the Planning Commission against considering relying on the CCNR comments for purposes of making a decision one way or the other. As I said, the applicant has due process rights. Could the city be involved in a lawsuit? Potentially. The city, any action the Planning Commission takes is not final. It's subject to appeal to the City Council, and so it would be reviewable there before any lawsuit could be filed. With respect to the EIR, the letter makes comments that the city, that there's a fair argument that an environmental impact report is required. For the Commission's benefit, the fair argument standard under CEQA says that if cities are required to do an environmental impact report, if there's a fair argument that based on the substantial evidence in the record, a project could have a significant effect on the environment. I have received this letter shortly before this meeting. In reviewing it, I don't see any substantial evidence being set forth in the letter that would change the analysis that's included in your staff reports and your resolutions. It is, of course, up to discretion of the commission. If you wish, you can continue this matter for further analysis of those issues. But the City Attorney's Office did review the categorical exemption, and that is part of the staff's recommendation before you.
Okay, does that address the concern, Ms., or does there a
I'd
follow-up?
like to ask another question.
Sure.
Would you be interested, or do you have any interest in continuing this matter? Would you like to request a continuance?
We'd like to speak to the items first before
Okay.
we request a continuance.
That's fair.
Okay?
It would be my recommendation that we proceed with the public hearing, that we go through the application. I believe that is our responsibility. Now, at the conclusion of that, after all commissioners have the opportunity to ask the applicant questions, to ask the staff questions, if somebody wants to make a motion for continuance, or wants to make a motion for an EIR, or wants to make a motion for whatever, you're free to do so. But at this point, unless someone wants to make that motion now,
I'd make a motion right now, because
go ahead and
I
make
think
it,
we're taking the cart before the horse.
okay?
Even though I'm in favor of
What's
it,
your motion?
is that they get approval from their association prior to bringing their application to the planning commissioner.
Okay, so Commissioner
Because if we
McCacken.
approve something that then their association doesn't, then what do we have?
Okay, so let me just make sure I understand.
What's our liability in that situation as a city?
Let me just make sure I understand what your motion is. Commissioner McCacken is moving that we make the Business Park Association approval a prerequisite of our consideration? Is that your motion?
No, that they approve these plans before these plans come to us.
That's the same, okay, that's what I just said.
Okay, well, that sounds-
Is there a second for that motion? That motion does not move forward for lack of a second.
I'll make a motion to continue this item to a date uncertain.
I'll second.
Okay. So Commissioner Griffin has made a motion to continue this item. It's been seconded by Commissioner McCacken. Let's have some discussion on that, unless you want to make a substitute motion.
I do.
Okay. Commissioner McCann.
I move that we move forward with this public hearing as advertised and in consideration of the applicant's application.
I second that. Is there any let's discuss, is there any discussion on the substitute motion? Because we're going to take that one first.
I can comment on that.
Please, Commissioner
I
Camp.
think it's clear that our city attorney advised us not to make any or have any consideration for the approval of the CCNR. And I think we need to follow the advice of the city attorney and not have that affect what we do here tonight, because that puts us in jeopardy as well. Because what you're saying, at least on that other, and I tend to agree that we need to move forward tonight. The reason we have all these questions is because we are concerned about public safety, if this project is really viable. So we want to get those things addressed. I think we should do that tonight, right? I mean, we're here, it's a public hearing. Let's make sure and protect the applicant as well as the city by considering these things and making sure that they're addressed. And so I really think that we should avoid any suggestion or consideration of what the association does, because it's not a requirement. And the city attorney's making a clear recommendation to
Well, he
us.
just said it's not a requirement, but is it practical?
He said,
'Cause
I
what if-
advise against allowing that to be a part of our
I don't
decision
even
here
know what the
tonight.
CCNRs are, but we're approving this before an action of the board,
Okay, so
so that we're approving a plan
Okay.
that we don't even know what the board will
I
accept.
don't know that we're on the same page here. I mean, we're approving of a plan. That's all that this does. That doesn't make it happen. It doesn't prevent the applicant from meeting with from the Business Park Association and working through those issues. And if the Business Park Association has standing to challenge them, I'm sure that they will work that out. And if they don't, they have legal remedies to work that out. And that has nothing to do with this. That's between those two parties. And so for us to deny them their opportunity for their hearing tonight is not something I'm going to support.
So
I
there's
think,
no interest of them working out their issues before it comes to
I,
us.
that's a
Go ahead
timing
and
issue, and I
go ahead
don't
and
think,
litigate it.
if it happens, it may not happen. Those two parties could work things out on their own, and that's independent of this. I don't think that's independent. Anyway, I'm going to call for the question. We have the substitute motion to continue with the proceeding. That's,
Can I
did
just,
you want to speak to your motion?
I would. I mean, I agree with what the city attorney said. I agree with what Christopher Wright said. I agree with what Commissioner Kemp said. We don't know what's in the CCNRs, and we don't care. It doesn't govern us and the applicant's proposal relative to city codes. It has nothing to do with us. Quite frankly, the letter, which the applicant didn't even bother to come and speak, the letter writer didn't even bother to come and speak to, but I find many kind of logical flaws in their letter. We don't know that the association approval is required per their CCNRs. So to delay it or continue it or anything based on these letters, to me, is, and against advice of council, is not the right way to go.
Yeah. I'm going to be in support of the motion, the substitute motion.
I just want to be on record as saying I would prefer that the applicant ask us for a continuance. I would prefer not to be the one making the continuance.
And they're not asking for that.
I see that.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just, unless there's other discussion, I'm going to just go down the row and just get everyone's verbal vote. I'm not going to do, I'm going to do it one at a time. So I'm going to ask each of you to vote on this substitute motion so it's clear where everyone stands. So I'll start with you, Commissioner McCacken, your vote on, your no. Commissioner Camp.
I'm in favor.
Yeah, Commissioner McCann.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Griffin.
No.
and Commissioner Freeman.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm a yes as well. So that does pass 1, 2, 3, 4 to 2. So the substitute motion does pass. So we are going to proceed with this.
Okay.
So,
So now you have to vote on the motion.
What's
Which is
that?
Motion.
what's that?
Isn't that right? Now you have to vote on the motion.
Nope, the substitute motion supersedes the main motion, and that's how we're going to act. We don't consider the first motion. It's been overridden by the
Well, it wasn't even
substitute.
seconded, so. Right.
Well, no, it was Commissioner Griffin
Oh, I'm sorry.
did push, sorry, not push. He did a motion to continue the hearing. Commissioner McCacken seconded that. Then Commissioner McCann made a substitute motion. That's what we considered. It passed. That makes the other one moot. Those are Rosenberg's Rules of Order, so that's how we're going to proceed. Okay? So with that, I think hopefully we can all come back together, focus on you, focus on your project.
Okay.
And I believe Commissioner Camp gave you an outline of some really great questions to talk through. But I'd like to do is just give you the opportunity to go through that. Then I'd like for you to go through the site plan, and then I'm going to return it to each individual commissioner for their questions to you one-on-one. And
Understood.
that's how we're going to handle the rest of your public hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
I will answer the questions to the best of my ability. Sometimes I might have the church member come up to speak to some of the things.
We want to get to the absolute truth, so you do whatever you need to do. It's fine to bring people up from the audience to help you answer the questions.
In regards to the CC&R, we'll go ahead and make a comment to that. The church did go through the right process to get this approved through the association. There is no board. There are no meetings. There are no meeting minutes. There is no regular meeting ever held by this association. And when the church asked for the one director, the director declined to give that any kind of overview from the association. So the church did it the right way by asking the director to hold a meeting to do this. That was number one. Okay. Number two, when the director decided not to have a meeting of the association members, the church went to the individual members of that association, the other property owners, and was able to obtain approval of an amendment to the CC&Rs to allow this to happen over the open space. The CC&Rs, they specifically specify that you can't build a structure over the open space. That's what they're stating. They're basing it on the city requirements. But the city is allowing an open space structure when it relates to playgrounds, because that's also open space. So if the CC&Rs is hinged on not creating a structure in the open space, and we're allowed to do a playground in the open space, then the CC&Rs, what they did is they sought an amendment to say, if it's in compliance with the city's requirements, then we would like to just make it clear that you can put something that's related to open space in an open space area. That's what the CC&Rs was basically having an issue with. So they actually did an amendment to that, and they actually had the association members vote on it, and they have signatures on this. And they got a majority vote, 71% vote from the members, because the director refused to have an association meeting to vote on it. So they went through the proper process, and they have been working with the association. And the CC&Rs are only hinged on the city's requirements about what's allowed in the open space. Hopefully that addresses the process that they've been trying to go through to get this approved by the association.
How come that information wasn't in the report?
In which report, sir?
I have a question
I've-
for staff. It's a staff report. He doesn't write the staff report. It's not a
Right.
question for staff.
I was looking to staff.
Okay.
I
John,
can-
he just wants, or maybe, Christopher, do you mind answering Commissioner McCacken's question? He just wants to know why there wasn't
That
this covered
discussion.
in the staff report, which I believe, if you look at the date of the letter, it was yesterday, so I don't think you had time to
Yeah.
incorporate it. But you go ahead and
I
answer
think
the
that
question.
It's important because we talked for half an hour on it.
We received
Oh, this is the
public inquiry at the time that the report was being prepared and distributed. And to work with the person that had reached out to us and had conversations with both the applicant.
Why wasn't it in the verbal staff report of what this gentleman just spoke about?
Because it related to that this is not a city requirement to get approval from the association. We wanted to start with the city's analysis of the requirements of the municipal code and the specific plan and the findings that have to be made, and knew that the letter had been submitted and expected that we
No
would
one
be
thought that
addressing it.
if you would have said that we wouldn't have wasted the continuance question.
Okay.
Fair enough. Let's go ahead and move on. Mr. Torres, do you want to continue with your?
So the next couple of questions, I'll go to those. So the next one was the expanded auditorium, which I think I mentioned. We're taking out of a storage space to expand the room. So no increase in the square footage of the building, just an increase in the seating area. Okay. There was a question about the parking study being based on operations versus the municipal code. In either way, we're in excess of it. So if the one parking space per 4 seats is 145 spaces, well, the parking agreements they have are in excess of 200 parking spaces. So even by demand or by zoning code, we have agreements that basically say we can park well beyond either one of those, whether it's demand or the municipal code. Okay? Circulation between the properties. I'm going to ask someone from the church to come up to tell you how they operate that. I'm not a member of the church, so if someone can talk about how they have traffic ministries or volunteers come up, then maybe you can speak to that.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Christopher Scott, and I'm the Director of Financial Stewardship for the Shoreline Church. And essentially what we do, I don't know if we have a visual aid, but between the different properties, we have a volunteer parking ministry that helps both the traffic flow to have people exit, cars to exit, as well as safely cross from the different parking lots to the main church, as well as having sidewalks for the church body to go up. I'm sorry, is there any detail specifically that you'd like?
I guess I'll just help you out, Mr.
Sure,
Scott.
thank you.
Maybe you could put it into 2 buckets. One would be just basic pedestrian and traffic control. And then the second one would be any transportation assistance or shuttle from the remote locations to the main parking lot.
Thank
If
you.
you could just take them one at a time, that would be great.
Of course. So in terms of the pedestrian traffic, that's what I was mentioning, that we actually have gentlemen with yellow vests, and they're our parking team. So they take care of that. We have not had any sort of incident. The street is actually a dead end, so there's not like it's, there's a whole lot of cross traffic. The only traffic really that we have is the traffic of the church. And then in terms of transportation, we do have 2 shuttles that we run, and it kind of runs the gambit of the entire.
Excuse me, can I
again.
interrupt just for a second? John, can you give us an aerial so we can kind of track what he's?
We're pulling it up right now.
Sorry.
There's on page 54 of your packet, 54 and 55, it illustrates some of the components of the parking management plan and the circulation there in terms of the personnel that Chris is speaking of, as well as the signage, as well as the shuttle, and identification of where no on-street parking is proposed or existing, and on-street parking is provided, as well as the church lease spaces. So that is.
So what figure do you recommend we look at in the parking study? Is it the one on the screen now?
5A. So if we
5A.
just go up to
Perfect.
one more, there it is.
Okay.
Actually, if you go down to the photographs.
Yeah.
The next page down does illustrate the photographs of the actual implementation that they conduct, so you could see
I think
both elements.
I think that's helpful. Why don't we allow Mr. Scott to do some voiceover these photos
Sure.
and help us understand traffic control and pedestrian safety, as well as the actual shuttle service.
Absolutely. If you look at the upper left and upper right, you see that we have signs that can notify people there is parking in this parking lot, there is not parking in the parking lot. We have another sign just below the upper left that says watch for opposing traffic, or be careful for pedestrians, that sort of thing. The gentleman that we have on our parking team, you can see in the extreme upper right, and then the middle bottom. They are literally in the street and then designating where different cars should park. We have been trying different methods of parking to minimize traffic. Some, such as having the parking lots closest to the church fill up first, and then starting to fill up the rest as it goes down. Yeah, and then also we have our trams so that people don't have to walk far distance. So shuttles, sorry, not trams. We have 2 shuttles that run continuously through our services.
And there are also public sidewalks that connect all these parking lots together.
Yes.
On
yeah,
both
sorry.
sides.
On both sides. No, there is part of it that actually does not have a parking lot, but parking lot, excuse me.
Sidewalk. You can see on
sidewalk.
the bottom middle one, you can see
Yes.
it's on the one, it's single-loaded sidewalk street.
On that side, yes. There's a stretch where it's parking on both sides, and then there's a stretch where there's only parking on the church side.
Yeah. And so you're going to continue this to the expanded off-site location,
Yes, sir.
essentially. So,
And in fact, we have actually, I think it was in December, we put forward a adjusted parking plan that would allow more cars to get out quicker to exit, so that we don't have a backup. And I think that was approved, but I'm not completely certain. Do you know, John? No?
Was it in the parking management plan?
No, it was after that. Yeah, we had a third party develop it. Sorry, maybe I just confused everybody.
So the sidewalk is on the same side of the street as the church?
Yes. And we do actually have on the other side, on the opposite side, away from the church, part of that area does have a sidewalk and part of it does not. Part of it's landscaping and part of it is a sidewalk.
Okay.
I mean, I think since we have Mr. Scott up here, I want to turn to my colleagues and ask, are there any other questions about parking and about the off-site parking arrangements and/or how the pedestrian flow will work? Okay, Commissioner McCacken?
On that figure 5A, there's a parking lot that's beyond the dead end that has that, how do you get a car there? How do you walk back if you get your car there?
Yeah, that's a great question. That parking is actually to offload staff cars, so our employees end up parking there to reduce the amount of spaces needed on site. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's not, because there's a dead end, you actually have to go all the way down La Pata and kind of come up it on the other side.
Your car.
So-
But
Yes.
then,
The back
but then there's a pedestrian pathway to get through the dead end?
So, sort of. I think it's a trail. I think that's like the trailhead where we have people mountain bike, they walk, so yeah, it's definitely traversable.
Any other questions about the traffic management plan? Commissioner Camp?
So I think this is relevant. One of the conditions that's recommended here on the report is 4.22, which states that if these improvements exceed 50,000 in value, that the applicant is required to do public sidewalk improvements. Are you aware of that condition?
I'm not.
And are you willing to accept it?
That's a condition of our current CUP or the proposed CUP?
It's the
Could I just interject? I'd like to have staff answer that question because that is coming from the city, probably the engineering team. So either Mr. Wright or Mr. Campa, can you please respond to that condition that Commissioner Camp just referenced, please?
Can you give me that condition number again?
4.22.
So it's my understanding that there's already existing frontage, sidewalk along the frontage of this property. So,
Well, that's a loaded question because, or a loaded requirement, if you want to call it that. And I just want the applicant to be aware of that because there could be obstructions, tree roots. It may not meet the 2% cross slope requirement, and that can add up quick if you have to go in and improve that. So I'm inclined, if we get to that, to say that if there's currently a sidewalk and it's accessible, that we strike that requirement. So I just wanted to get your input on, have you looked at that? And is that something you're willing to accept sight unseen? Because I would recommend that you don't.
Right. Well, we actually haven't taken a look at the public sidewalk that connects all of the lots that are fronting the property there. So I guess what the church could do is prioritize accessible parking on their site or use the shuttle service for people that need accessibility to the site rather than improve all the sidewalks to get there. I think there's plenty of opportunities for them to provide accessible parking on their site and prioritize that first.
Okay, but I can guarantee you your project's going to exceed 50,000.
Yes.
So,
Commissioner.
If you want them to like consider for evaluation, hypothetically, we could approve it tonight and then they could appeal to the city council if they didn't like that, if they.
Or we can
it's
strike it.
easier if we just strike it. I mean, Public Works doesn't like it when I say that, but, from my experience, that can be one of the more expensive items on your project, just to bring your sidewalk up to current code requirements, so.
Members of the commission, so this is a code requirement with regard to sidewalks. And if you look, it's a modified standard condition of approval. At the bottom of the condition, it mentions the width of the public right-of-way and that a sidewalk easement would be required. So I don't think it's necessarily requiring the construction of sidewalk. There are times when the city will say that it's satisfactory to record an easement so that in the future a sidewalk could be constructed. So that's something that can be worked out with the public works staff if the commission wishes to do that or could take other action.
So are you suggesting that we don't have the authority to strike that condition?
You don't have the authority to strike the code requirement. You can change the condition of approval.
Okay, because it seems clear, if you read it, that it's going to be an absolute requirement. And I can almost guarantee you that that sidewalk does not meet current code. I mean, we don't want.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to belabor it, but Christopher, I think the code references to the authority, but the requirement is discretionary. It looks like it's the city engineer can require frontage improvements, and the sidewalk is simply an example of one of the requirements typically requested by the city engineer. But there could be others, because it does read that the applicant shall be responsible for the construction of all required frontage improvements as approved by the city engineer, including, but not limited to, the following. And then it starts with the sidewalk, including construction of a compliant sidewalk along the property frontage and around obstructions such as drive approaches to meet the city standards. So But there is the opportunity for the applicant to go to the city manager and request a waiver if those requirements prove to be onerous or unachievable from your perspective. So there is a remedy if the applicant finds that those requirements placed upon it by the city engineer are onerous or not achievable, there is a remedy without going to the city council. And I do recognize this as a standard requirement, and which means it's always going to be in there with the idea that the city engineer will do an assessment, and if they, in their opinion, feel very strongly, they'll approach you with some requirements. And I don't know that we need to really worry, get into that tonight, because there is a remedy with the city manager. And it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen.
Chair, I'd also like to point out that it just limits it to the project frontage. So not potentially to the frontages of all the parking agreement properties as well.
Just of their site.
Just of their site.
Okay, so why don't we, and we're good there, thanks for bringing that up. Why don't we return, and I think are we concluded with the traffic? I want to have Mr. Scott address you, but with any questions, but I think he's done a fine job. So,
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you, sir. Mr. Torres, can we resume your list, please?
Absolutely, yes.
Just to keep us moving along.
Yep. The next one was the ages of the children. So the proposed ages of the children are 2 to 5. So it would be both daycare and preschool. Am I speaking correctly about that? 3 to 5, ages 3 to 5. So I think that it's both daycare and preschool. I just want to clarify that. Okay. Let's see. Playground noise, I think, was an issue. John mentioned that we're going to have a sound mitigation at the fence between the two properties. And it's my understanding that the adjacent property is actually at a lower elevation, right? It's not higher. So the fence is meant to cover basically anything that's on the second floor of the adjacent property. So from a visual standpoint, it's being blocked, and then from a sound standpoint, there will be acoustic material added to the fencing to make sure that it controls it going off the property.
And I would just basically probe you on that a little bit.
Sure.
So that we can be comfortable moving, if we choose to move forward. The good neighbor philosophy, if you're in operations and there's concerns, that you're willing to listen to your neighbor, you're willing to hear them out, and within reason, take necessary steps to try and address those concerns? Can we assume that that's something that you guys are open to?
It's already been done. So the fence and the acoustic material that was requested was after they spoke with the neighbor.
Okay, very good. Can you proceed with your list, please?
Sure. Let's see, pedestrian circulation came up again, but I think we talked about that. Okay. No reduction in the plaza. So the improvements that we're doing are primarily at the back of the property and off the side of the property. We're not looking to reduce parking. There is a fellowship area within the church for people to gather, so the parking lot would be used for parking. I know that John had mentioned that there were some COVID-allowed items that maybe reduce the parking because of the shade structure poles. Those are going to be removed to put the parking back in place. But there isn't really a plaza in front of the building for people to gather currently. It's parked, and it's going to continue to be parked. So we're not reducing a fellowship area for people.
Okay, thanks for that answer. It appears if you look at sheet L1, the landscape plan, that there is a pretty good size area on where's the north arrow?
That's a fire access
I guess-
road that's adjacent to the property. They're using that, and that's not being reduced as well. So that has to stay as a fire access road. You can't build any structures
No,
on
I
it.
was referring to the one on the west.
Oh,
On the west side, it looks like there's a pretty big plaza area, so I assume that's usable in between services.
oh, yes, that would be usable in between services.
Okay. I mean, that actually fills the requirement, I think.
Okay,
Very nice.
That's the space right here.
Yeah. No, it looks good.
okay. Next question was regarding the 300 versus the current 400 occupancy. I'm not aware of that, of what was approved before in terms of seat count. So I would say that that's still driven by parking demands. If we're meeting it with parking demands, then I'm not sure that that's relevant, but you can let me know otherwise. So, and then I think those were the questions that you had come up. Some of them were just kind of grouped together with what we spoke about.
Okay, one more question is,
Sure.
if you get your approval here tonight, are you going to be implementing all of the landscape improvements as part of this project?
Absolutely. The
Okay.
playground is for the children, and we want that space to be planted out, and it's a learning experience as well. I think that what they're going to be doing is having a curriculum that talks about nature and just some of the natural elements on the site, so absolutely.
Okay, well, some of those wrap around the front, the side and the front, those are going to go in as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Torres, this landscape plan, this is in particular on the north side of the building, the focus of that is for the participants of the program, the 3 to 5 age group.
That's correct.
So this would be their outdoor
Play area. That's
play
correct.
area.
Yes.
And maybe you might want to walk us through, I mean, it looks like there's some very nicely planned out amenities.
Yes.
And maybe you just want to just do a quick walkthrough of what you've got planned here.
Sure, yeah. So part of the state requirements for a daycare is that you have different play areas for different age groups. So the types of play equipment that you're going to be having there, whether it's climbable, whether, they can just interact with things, all of those things, thank you, if you can pull that landscape plan up.
Good
All of
job,
those-
Tamara.
Yeah, all of those things are meant to just work to different age groups. Also, like I spoke about, the natural elements of it, they want to have their curriculum talk about nature and teaching kids, about that. It's a beautiful view out to the San Clemente Hills from that deck, so they'll be able to see that as well as experience it on there. But a log tower, surfboard bench, all these things are low play equipment for them to be able to interact on. And yeah, so we worked really hard with the landscape architect to have different materials where we could put soft materials, so that way, kids can not just run around on concrete. Then we have that in some areas. Obviously, the deck, that is a hard surface, but it's going to be a faux wood deck, so it's going to seem natural. And then even out on that deck, having a greenhouse and planters there, again, for people like mud boxes and for kids to be able to play in natural elements. It's really all meant to just have the kids experience natural elements and play.
They even have dirt storage. That's planning ahead.
Yeah. So we worked really closely with the church, with their director and with the landscape architect to come up with something that I think the kids are really going to enjoy.
Will there be food service, or is that, I'm not sure what your cafe, if that's meant for weekends or employees, or what about the daycare? Was there food service, or is that
I'll have the
not
church
included?
I'll have the church speak to the.
Is that
providing
Mr.
food.
Scott again, or somebody else? Just curious if, how that works for
Sure.
the 3 to 5 age group, if parents are required to bring lunches, or how does that, because I'm looking through the conditional use permits, and I don't really see anything mentioned about that.
Hi, yeah.
Hi.
So I'm part of the preschool developing team.
And what's your name, ma'am?
I'm Brooklyn DeSoto.
Brooklyn, yes, I should have remembered that, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, so the idea would be that children would bring their own lunches as well as their own snacks. That way we can prevent anyone from allergies of some sort if they might have that nothing would get mixed between. So parents would bring their child their own snacks and their own lunches.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much, Ms. DeSoto. Appreciate that.
Just expand on that too. The cafe that's proposed there.
Yes, sir.
It's only for the congregation or for worship events. So
Thanks for that
it's not meant-
clarification. Okay, very good. Okay. Are there, yeah, let me open it up to general questions for Mr. Torres, and I'll start with Commissioner McCann.
I have a question, which is that on your sheet A1, proposed site plan, it shows the fire lane going and then doing a 90-degree wraparound around the back of the building. But on the landscape plan, it doesn't show that 90-degree wraparound, and it shows trees in that location.
Yeah, and we can work with the staff on this. There is a modification to the site design. That's a hammerhead. So once they get to a certain point, the fire truck is going to have to back into that area to get out. So this is an older landscape plan, but we can work with staff to make sure that it complies with the fire code.
Okay,
We'll
so
remove the trees.
is that going to make you non-compliant on your allowable, on your required space for the
No.
kids?
No, that's still open space that can be used by the kids when it's not being used for emergency purposes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to go down the dais and just make sure everybody's had the opportunity, Mr. Torres, to chat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Freeman, do you have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Griffin, do you have any questions? Commissioner McCann, were you done? Commissioner Camp?
No, you answered all of our questions, I think.
Commissioner McCann, okay. Is there any final comments you'd like to leave with us?
No, like I said, we're willing to work with the staff and with the commission in any way that, if there's anything that is a bit of a sticking point, if we need to, I'm not asking for a continuance. I don't think we need it. I think it's been thoroughly addressed with everything that's been spoken tonight. Or if there's something that needs to be conditioned to the property, then we're willing to make that condition
Okay.
part of the project.
You've done a great job tonight coming forward. You've got a well-thought-through plan, and you've explained it. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll call you back if we need to, but hopefully everybody's questions are answered.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is there any more questions for the staff from any of our members? Commissioner Griffin?
Thank you, Chairman. For the city attorney, the Palmieri-Tyler letter, page 3, I just want to have some input from you about the noise paragraph that goes on, I believe, to just the top of page 4. Just get your input on your opinion about that statement.
Thank you, Chair. This is quite a long paragraph. Is there a particular statement that you had in mind?
My concern or my question is, the writer of the letter implies that there should be additional CEQA work done because the noise impact is very impactful and is a significant impact. I want to make sure that if we move forward, that we can be assured that that's not a concern. So perhaps we can move on to something else while you read the paragraph and then.
So what I will say is the city attorney's office did review the categorical exemption that's been presented to you, including the findings. So that is obviously part of staff's recommendation. This letter, it makes a series of allegations. I have reviewed it before the meeting, and in order to make a fair argument, there has to be substantial evidence, which is going to be very factual, data-driven material. Again, great arguments, but I don't believe that it rises to the level of introducing substantial evidence into the record. So it would not change the recommendation that's before you. The categorical exemption would still be the recommendation from the city attorney's office at this
Thank
juncture.
you. Appreciate it.
I just got a speaker request. Ms. Montez, we've really moved past that section.
I had that up there before, but
So you had submitted it and we missed it?
yeah,
Then that's on us. Do you want to speak then?
I mean, there were a few things that have been said.
Come on up. If we missed your card, then it's on us and I want you to have your opportunity to speak. So we're going to go ahead and reset our timer, and you're welcome, and I apologize that we missed your card.
It's okay.
Okay.
All right.
I wish you'd have waved at me when I was,
Well, I wasn't sure.
That's
if
okay.
the public comments were for everybody at the time, or if it was just for the church, so that was I'm sorry I didn't stand up.
that's all right.
So I'm here on behalf of Tom and Carol Alexander, who own the building directly next door.
The proposed church expansion would increase traffic, parking problems, and particularly noise that they're concerned with their professional office building right next door. The CEQA requires the city to review these impacts. Before approving a project, we respectfully ask that the commission make sure these issues are fully studied. I know you guys just discussed that, but that is something that we wanted to make sure was done. I also sent the letter regarding the CCNRs. That was on behalf of the Rancho San Clemente Business Park. The CCNRs that you were referring to are the Trulis Business Park, and that is the board that you met with or talked to, not the Rancho San Clemente Business Park. So nothing has been addressed with the Rancho San Clemente Business Park yet. So I just wanted, because you had said that they did, and that hasn't happened. So I just wanted to clear that up as well. So that's it, unless you have questions about that.
No, this is your time to
Okay,
speak, yes.
yeah.
So we want to make sure you've said everything you want to say. That's important.
Yeah, and also, just really quick, the parking outlines, our building is outlined. We don't have a lease agreement about that, so
What number, do you know on the diagram what number that building?
209.
209? Okay.
Oh, the address is, so.
Tamara, can you bring that one up?
Okay.
There is no current agreement, not that there couldn't be, but there is not a lease agreement.
Afternoon, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
There we go, that's helpful.
And the CCNRs, the Trulis CCNRs are the ones that address the not going out into the open space. And, you know, they were submitted to be amended. I don't think that that has happened, but I know that they put that through, but it's not fully done yet. So that would be another item. That's it. Thank you.
Appreciate you hanging in there and coming forward. Are there any follow-up questions? I'm just a little bit, Mr. Campa, I'm going to address this to you. This LLC Figure 4 that we're looking at on the parking zones, Lot 209, Ms. Montez represents that is should not be in scope. Can you speak to that? How did they come up with these representations tonight?
I'd have to defer to the applicant on that. We reviewed the information based on what was presented.
Mr. Torres, do you mind speaking to that, please? Please come on up.
So before Mr. Scott comments on this, I'll say that even without 209, with the actual signed shared parking agreements, we still exceed the parking
Okay.
requirements.
I just feel that it's important to have the integrity of your representations to be accurate, and this is not, according to Ms. Montez. And I'm assuming she's, speaking with firsthand knowledge. So you're going to have to update this and remove that from your study here. And Mr. Scott, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Yes, I can clarify. So in terms of 209, Ms. Montez has always been great, by the way. And we do have two associations. There's the Trulis Association, which was what Tony was talking about, and then there's the Master Association. So Trulis is the sub-association, and Rancho San Clemente Business Park Association is the master. But in terms of this diagram, 209, we actually just have a verbal agreement with them for parking on weekends. We do not park there on weekdays. So in terms of the preschool and the cafe, keeping in mind that the preschool's 60 kids, preschool age children, so, there's not going to be.
My understanding, not to interrupt you,
Sure,
but
sure.
I just, to help you make your point, my understanding is you don't need shared parking on the weekdays. It's
No, that's
only the
correct.
weekends.
That's correct.
So maybe another way to frame this is for weekend off-site parking, not weekday, because your on-site parking is adequate for weekday.
Yes,
Is that a
sir.
fair? Okay.
That's
I think that
correct.
puts everything into context then. So I think that clears it up.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you, sir.
Thank you both. That was helpful. Any other questions from our members to staff about the application or the permits or the action that we're being asked to consider tonight?
I'd just like to, excuse me, I'd just like to point out that in the staff report, John Champa said that the noise for preschool daycare is exempt from noise consideration.
The noise ordinance.
Right.
Yes. And I mean, if we're in discussion kind of at this point on the noise, that's obviously something everybody's concerned about. We want there to be quality of life for everybody in our community, and that goes to not just the applicant, but the neighbors of the applicant. And clearly, we want to address that. And what I'm under the impression that technically it's exempt, but practically, the applicant's taking those concerns seriously. They're putting noise attenuation dividers up. There's also limits on the amount of outdoor activity. Also, I'm under the impression, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I'm looking at your, just the verbal cues or nonverbal cues, that if the adjacent, from Lot 209, if that tenant has issues, that you are open and willing to hear them and make adjustments to adjust those as best you can. That you guys are good neighbors and you'll fine tune as you go. Okay. I understand that correctly, right? Very good. Okay. The only other question I would have, because I've been trying to make sure everyone else's questions are answered, is the CEQA exemption. And this might have to go to Mr. Wright, but the EIR that this CEQA exemption is relying on, I know this may not be something that you might know off the top of your head, but let me just ask it. Are the vehicle trips that this site would generate, are they within the caps of the original EIR that this exemption is based on? Do you know that off the top of your head? This does not exceed the trip count of the EIR that was done originally.
I can't speak to
Okay.
that definitively.
Okay,
Yeah, just that the EIR is going to do a traffic analysis based upon the development potential of each lot. So you'd have to take a look at the actual development on the parcel and the peak use.
can we
That,
rely on the fact that when this was originally applied for, that it was envisioned to be higher, and that might have been included at that time?
I think it's reasonable to conclude that,
Okay,
you know, that
Okay.
you would be having, for example, an office use, you know, with probably more density than is on the
more vehicle
properties.
trips than what a facility that's going to peak on the weekend.
Correct.
Because typically then there's less traffic from the other uses on the weekend, so.
Yes, churches typically peak on the weekend when a bunch of businesses are closed.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on solid ground with respect to making our CEQA determination tonight.
Chair, if I may,
Maybe if I can comment on that.
Yeah, Commissioner Camp?
That's a good point that you make, and I would kind of look back to this approval in 2013, which indicated, I assume that's accurate, that it could be up to 700 seats. And so we're still
Well under that.
Yeah,
Okay.
at 579, I think.
Okay.
589.
589?
I'm gonna, if there's no other questions for applicant or staff, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And
Chair.
now,
If I may, I apologize for the interruption.
yes, sir, go right
So
ahead.
I did just want to point out, so the letter, the Palmieri Tyler letter was received today, this afternoon, so it is perfectly acceptable for the planning commission if you wanted to further consider the environmental aspect to continue the matter, so that staff can look at some of the issues that have been raised. That is another alternative available to the planning commission.
Fair enough. Okay, I've closed the public hearing. I want to defer to my colleagues at this point for discussion on how we feel about moving ahead with the staff recommendations or other alternatives or other proposals. Who would like to share their thoughts to start us off? Commissioner Griffin, I see you reaching for your mic.
Thank you. I have a few concerns. I think overall, the project sounds wonderful. I have no issues with the expansion. I am concerned, and I understand it's not my purview, but I've been in local government for 45 years, and this kind of situation will not go away, in my opinion. So I'm really concerned about the fact that the CCNRs, the board doesn't seem to be in alignment with the applicant. I'm also concerned about the noise aspect and whether it's an impact that needs to be studied. I'm also concerned that the applicant, and I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, but isn't aware of the conditions that they're signing up to, like 422. I think they should be aware of those. That's money. And so I continue to suggest that I think a continuance would make sense. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Freeman, any thoughts that you'd like to offer in terms of where you think we should be going with this project?
Sure. So I think the city attorney made it crystal clear to me, that was the sticking point that I had, that it's a residential requirement, not a business requirement for that, that we were
The
discussing.
Business Park Association.
Thank you. So that was really the only sticking point for me. Other than that, I enjoy having these opportunities to see all the people here. Thank you all for coming, and I'm in favor. That's where I'm at.
Okay. Commissioner McCann, your thoughts, please?
I'm in favor of the project. I think it looks like a great project. It sounds like it's well needed, and we're glad you guys are expanding and doing well and serving and helping people. The Palmieri Tyler letter, lawyers can make all kinds of assertions, but that doesn't make any of them true per se. So I'm 100% good going forward as is, as presented. I believe, based on the evidence presented, that we're in good shape on CEQA. That's what the city has determined. That's what the city attorney has reviewed and determined, so I'm comfortable with that as well. And I can agree, I can make the findings that are found in the staff report.
Excellent. Okay, Commissioner Camp, your thoughts, please?
Yeah, I'm pleased that Shoreline Church is expanding and also providing additional opportunity for daycare. Shoreline has shown themselves to be a good member of the community. I think for them to be able to expand will only improve the services that they're providing. So thanks for that. It's a good project. I commend the architect on their work, not just on the design, but also on the presentation and the package. It's very easy to understand. We get some of these packages, and I should comment also on the traffic and parking study. Thanks for not including, the book of data. We didn't need to see that. It seems like it's been summarized really well. Thanks for answering these questions. Please know that the reason we ask these questions is to protect you, the applicant, because we study these things. We want to make sure that we're addressing, public safety, as well as noticing the benefit to the community. And so we thank you for that. We're glad that you brought it forward. Obviously, I'm in favor of the project. I think we can make those findings that are noted in the staff report. John, nice job on putting that together. So I'm inclined to approve the project.
Okay, great. And then Commissioner McCacken, could you weigh in, please, too?
I'm in favor, but I would like to ask a hypothetical. If we do approve this, okay,
Is your mic on? Great, thanks.
so I'm in favor. If we do approve this, hypothetically, if we approve this plan, and then the Business Owners Association does not, what does that leave us? Who has the higher authority? Or does it go to the court?
Commissioner, so the CCNRs are strictly a civil issue. If the parties can't agree there, that is completely separate and independent from the Planning Commission's decision.
I know that, but I'm talking in the practical world. If the BOA doesn't like it, what happens?
It would be at their discretion. The courts are at their.
Right. We can't impress, the city can't impress these regulations upon the BOA.
Correct.
That was just my argument why we're doing the cart before the horse. So then they're gonna go to court. And we
If-
could,
if they
we could
cho-
avoid
they may-
it.
They may not.
We could avoid it if they just
But
presented
we
it
don't know-
first.
see-
I'm in favor.
Yeah,
I'm just
we-
saying.
let's
we're
just
doing it
stay on
backwards.
within the
First thing
scope
they'll do
here,
is appeal it to the city council.
if
So
they
that's out of
feel.
our hands.
Who would, the BOA?
Well, we don't know that. We don't know what their objections are. We don't know how.
That's fine.
We don't know all
I'm fine.
that.
I'm in
So
favor of it,
that's
but I
up to
think
them to figure that out.
It
is
could have been
how I
done, it could have been
see it.
done clearer and simpler.
Okay, very good. Yeah. Just to wrap this up, we've been at this for 2 hours. It's a long time. And everybody's done a great job of, I think, walking through this and trying to do the right thing and get to an answer, a conclusion. Obviously, the church has been operating for a long time. They're good standing members of the community, and they put quite a tremendous amount of equity into the community, and now they're trying to do more and expand. And they've put a lot of effort to bring that application before us tonight, and I think we've given it a very fair review and a very thorough hearing. And there are quite a few findings. Most of those findings for the Planning Commission are at a very high level, because we're not supposed to be the technical reviewers. That's the professional staff. That's their judgment to make the technical findings and decisions, which they've done. It's really up for us to do the oversight, to ensure that these are consistent with the community's overall standards, the general plan, the zoning, and if this type of use is compatible with the area, which in the zoning, and it all is. So I just want to thank everybody for their patience tonight. I want to thank the team, their diligence to bring all of this forward, to prepare it, and because it's quite an undertaking. And I want to move us forward and ask if somebody has a motion they want to make. If they don't have, if no one's prepared to do it, I'll do it. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move, based on the evidence that we heard tonight, the information from the staff, the information from the applicant, as well as our review of the materials, that we can determine that this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, using the Class 1 existing facilities exemption, as well as the Class 3 for the intensified use, the new construction of small structures. So that would be 1. 2, that we adopt our Planning Commission Resolution 26-003, approving the amendment to the conditional use permit 13-006, the conditional, and we're also approving the conditional use permit CUP 23-479, and approval of the minor conditional use permit 25-557, and the development permit 25-560, subject to all of the conditions in the staff report.
I'll second that.
Okay, I've made the motion, it's been seconded by Vice Chair Camp. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment before we vote that I'm very much in favor of the church expansion, but I will be voting no tonight because I'm not comfortable with the information we have before us.
Fair enough. Appreciate you putting that on the record. Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
So we have a decision with the exception of one no, which is Commissioner Griffin. But it does pass, so congratulations, you have all of those permits.
Subject to the appeal period.
Yeah, subject to the appeal period, which I believe is about 10 days. Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much to everybody for your patience and professionalness going through this for 2 hours. We're going to recess for about 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Did you guys bring any tacos?
Again, I'll ask that we come back to order, please. Thank you. It's 8:21, and we're resuming our January 21st Planning Commission meeting from a short recess. And we're moving on to our next public hearing, which is item 8B. And this is for a development permit 25-541, and it's called Rita Chiquita, which is a public hearing to consider a request for a development permit 25-294, and this is for site improvements to a remodel of an existing single-story building to construct an accessory building for restrooms and accessory patio spaces to support outdoor dining. And Rita Chiquita is a restaurant that is located at 424 North El Camino Real. Do we have any disclosures that anyone wants to make? Has anyone been to the site, talked to the owner? Okay. This has been before design review, so Ms. Scott Camp and Steve Camp and Scott and myself have been through this project. We've talked to the owner before, so this will be our second time going through this. And with that, I'll open the public hearing. We're going to follow the same process as we did with the last hearing. Start with the staff report, ask the applicant to make some comments, take public comment, and then go into discussion. So with that, Brandon Hanley, you are the staff report. You made the report, so you're going to do the presentation tonight?
Correct.
Well, welcome to you.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. I am presenting an application for site improvements at 424 North El Camino Real. This is a 6,000 square foot lot in the mixed use and central business overlay, as well as the architectural overlay. The applicant proposes a restaurant and bar. In order to do so, they will be making several site improvements, including a covered patio structure to serve as outdoor dining and a ADA compliant restroom. They will be converting an existing office into a food and drink establishment. As Chairman Cosgrove noted, this project has been to Development Management, and it has been to Design Review Subcommittee, where the applicants received feedback on their proposed design. This building, prior to its current use, was an office, as I stated, and it is a mid-century modern building that was constructed by Chris Abel, who is a prolific architect in the 20th century in San Clemente. While it is not a historic building, staff believes it has historic significance in its original state. This is a picture of the site from North El Camino Real. As you can see, in its current state, it has a existing ADA parking space on the left side and a driveway apron, which is not quite pictured. It's obscured by that van on the right side. The applicant will be closing that curb cut and placing the restroom on that right side, and then the covered patio is going to go on the left side. This is the conceptual plans for the restaurant and its proposed improvements. This was what was drafted up after the Design Review Subcommittee meeting. Staff is inviting the applicant to propose approval for the original set of plans that were applied in earlier this year in November. Staff believes that both the original and post-DRSC projects meet the findings in order to receive a development permit, and we are going to invite the applicant to discuss that. This is the color palette for the proposed new building. As you can see, the main body is going to remain the same color or a similar color, and then the trim is going to be yellow, and all of the detailing, such as the fascia boards, beams, and posts, are going to be white. Staff recommends that the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA pursuant to Section 15301, Section 15303, Section 15311, and Section 15332. And we also recommend that the Commission adopts Resolution PC 26-1, approving public hearing project 25488 and development project 25541. Thank you.
Any quick questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? Commissioner Camp?
Yeah, so Brendan, it's not clear to me, are they proposing the new design, or did they want to go back to the previous one prior to DRSC input?
The applicants are proposing the prior design before DRSC. However, the Commission is free to approve both the pre or post DRSC design.
Interesting. So the post, I guess we're calling it, is that clearly defined? I mean, I don't see a different site.
Attachment 5. Attachment 5, second from the back, is the new. That's post-DR.
Okay, that's
Brendan?
A3.
Brendan, can you skip to the pre-design slide so they can compare? That's the North El Camino Real frontage.
Okay, but so the site plan isn't changing either way,
Correct.
but the floor plan is changing along with the exterior elevations as an alternate, but that's not the proposed, or that's not their submittal.
The only thing that's changing between the pre and post DRSC design is minor exterior changes in architectural detailing.
Okay, so even though there's a different floor plan,
That's right.
it matches, I'm looking at A2, I don't know what exhibit, this is Exhibit 5, is that what? It's the last page in our packet.
Yeah. Okay.
Would you please repeat the question?
Yeah. So is the floor plan, because there's a different floor plan, which is the last page in our packet. It just says A2, and I guess it's connected to attachment 5. Is that an alternate floor plan and exterior treatment?
The floor plan hasn't changed from the original
Okay,
application.
so in other words, that floor plan is the same as A2 with all the other information, the existing floor plan, bar, kitchen, all that.
Correct. It provides a little more detail, but it is the same floor plan.
Okay, I guess it does show the, those column and beam elements at the rear on that plan. That's the reason for that floor plan, Brendan?
The floor plan mostly outlines the landscaping as well as the ADA access in the way that visitors would navigate around the structure. So
All right.
it mostly
I-
provides like detailing on the site details outside of the buildings.
I guess I get it. Do you guys get it? Yes. Okay, thank you.
If there are hearing no other questions, I'm going to go ahead and ask the applicant to come up and make their presentation. You've got 10 minutes. You probably won't need it all, but do you mind coming up and making your presentation? I think we're most interested in the why you wanted to stick with the original versus, because you went to the effort to try and render sort of from the conversation with the design review, that's in here as attachment 5, we're all looking at that.
Our conversation at design review was, and I don't know if you remember.
Do you mind I'm sorry, I just want to give you a little bit of a push start, but if you don't mind just starting from, introduce yourself and your role.
I'm Chris Forstel, I'm the applicant, I'm designing the project. This is Mario Melendez, the owner. And I know not all you commissioners were at the DRSC meeting, but it was close to the holidays or whatever. And the intention was for me to add what we call spider legs and connect the fascia boards together. And then I asked you, well, give me your email address, I'll just send it to you. You said send it to Brennan because we weren't going to go through the whole process or whatever. That's why you got that kind of vague floor plan and elevation there. When I sent it to Brendan, I also left him a lengthy note that I didn't think it was fair to be comparing like apples to oranges, looking at the Kaufman House on the screen in the DRSC room and comparing it to 424 North El Camino Real. And there's a lot of reasons I could expand on why. In regards to what we call the spider legs, that's a really tight space back there. It would make it difficult for people to move around. And our original intention, if you look at the existing, it's like 3 structures where we don't touch the Chris Abel building at all. We leave it alone. I'm also worried if I make any connections like that, I'm gonna have to do the lateral on that building, and that building's not gonna work. Does that help?
Just keep going through your presentation. I just wanted to make sure we understood your
Okay.
rationale.
Then-
We'll ask you questions when you're all done.
Okay, so from the street, you see the fascia board, the T111 siding, and the glass. The 2 new structures, you're gonna see the T111 siding and the beams around the patio cover, making the Chris Abel building in the center still the focal point of that narrow lot. It's a tiny lot, it's only 403 square feet of building there. And the accessory building is about the compliant bathroom. And closing the curb gives us 2 on-street parking spaces, plus the spaces we have in the back, which is gonna bring us to about 30 seats, I think. That's all I've got.
Okay. Can you just hang out for a minute?
Yeah.
And I want to just give everybody the opportunity to just kind of ask you some questions.
Sure.
And I'm going to start with Commissioner Camp and the DRSC guys, because we're a little bit more up to speed, and then give the rest of our colleagues a minute to kind of digest what you just said.
Okay.
Commissioner Camp, do you mind?
Sure. So, I guess, on behalf of the DRSC, and just to update my fellow commissioners about our meeting, and what was discussed and requested, we generally were agreeable with the idea of sort of maintaining this mid-century modern feel. We didn't have any real issues with the layout on the site, with the plan. We understood that, we reviewed something at this location, I think it was like last year, which was very involved, and we knew it was going to be expensive. Understood, it just didn't pencil. So, let's scale back. So our job at DRSC is to evaluate, what's presented to us and give our opinion. Okay, but we're there to represent, the Planning Commission and try to give a, good amount of input that doesn't add a lot of cost to the project, but what we think will improve the design and make it a better addition to the community in this location. So it's, it's an important spot there on El Camino Real. We think that we should scrutinize it a little bit more, because it is so prominent. It's right on El Camino Real. Most of you, I'm sure, have seen this structure. So what we did is we presented several images, of which, and they were all mid-century modern, I don't think we need to bring those up unless you guys want to see them. But the Kaufman House was just one of them. I understand that in terms of scale, that's far exceeds what we're looking at here, but there were certain features and elements on that, as well as a lot of the other images that we presented, that we thought could be incorporated, and it would make this a more cohesive building and present it better on the street side. And so, and when we looked at this, it seems to me, and my fellow DRSC members agreed, it's disjointed. There's three separate structures that aren't well connected, and without a lot of expense, we felt like you could clean that up. You could connect, as the architect has stated, you could connect the fascia, you could link the buildings, you could make a much stronger architectural statement. And so that's what we recommended. We don't design on that, in the DRSC. We merely make suggestions and give examples, and that's what we did. So, and again, you know, we make a recommendation to the Planning Commission, but the Planning Commission actually is the one that either approves or denies a project like this. And although, you know, we do recommend that they at least take those to heart, you know, because our concerns, we're not trying to add money or add costs to these things. We're trying to make it better for the community as a whole. We believe if this is an iconic structure, that we should give it a little more consideration. And so we recommended a solution that I think is more in keeping with what they're proposing as an alternate architecturally. So, you know, and I'll just say, and my fellow commissioners can agree with me or not, but I think that's a better direction for this approval. I mean, is it approvable without, you know, the original design? I think we told them it is. That's why we suggested go ahead and put it to the Planning Commission. But I think it's important that we understand that that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the aesthetics and the impact on the community, mostly from an architectural design standpoint, which that's a pretty vague statement, right? But, you know, we looked mostly at those things. Now, the materials, it's mostly what's there. There's a concrete block wall that's perpendicular to the main structure. It's kind of an anchoring feature, but it, you know, with the original design or with the original building, prior to what they're doing, that's kind of a standalone element. But whether we agree with what the original architect did there, we believe that it can be enhanced, and so that's what we proposed. And I appreciate the fact that the applicant at least gave us that option. And I think it was probably to hedge their bets so that they could get an approval here tonight, one way or the other. So I don't know that I need to make it any other statement other than that. And I prefer, if anybody's asking, the new version.
Attachment 5.
Yeah, attachment 5. Is that helpful?
Did you have
for-
any questions for the designer?
No, I think unless if I misstated something, is that an accurate assessment of what?
I think the biggest concern would be if we tie that fascia board together across the front, the existing fascia board and the existing patio cover are at the property line. So is the block wall that was the original firewall between the two lots, you know? So I can't put that fascia board across there without stepping it back. It's gonna stagger as it goes across the lot. Because the
Well,
property line, as you know, nothing's square and the front property lines are radius.
Yeah, I don't think can't is the proper term. You know, these structures can remain independent structurally. So there's ways to make an architectural connection without tying them together structurally. I know that for a fact. Now, how that's accomplished, that's something for the building department to evaluate.
Yes.
But I will suggest that,
But the fascia board can't be a straight line.
well, what you're proposing on attachment 5, and I don't think we need to argue about it, but what you're proposing on attachment 5, you're still leaving a gap between the structure on the left, I guess, as we look at the front elevation, that would be.
Patio.
Yeah. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but you are aligning the fascia, and I think the sort of waterfall effect or the wrap down on the far right,
Right.
I think that's a good addition. Now, how you connect those, you can have a loose connection. You can have an expansion joint there without having to tie those together seismically. And that can be accomplished with what you're showing here. So,
Okay, no argument there.
okay,
I agree.
okay. Is that helpful for you guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I weigh in?
Yeah, Commissioner McCann.
So I'm on DRSC also. Thank you. Thank you for redrawing it, by the way. My 2 cents is that I much prefer the new version, which makes sense because that's what we recommended. But I'm also not inclined to require that. I think that their other version is approvable, in my opinion. I hear what you're saying about lateral and all that stuff. I agree with Commissioner Camp that it could be done. I'd kind of like to see us approve both as options. And then if they could, if are interested in maybe pursuing the newer version and exploring it a little bit more, or maybe without the spider legs in the back, I think that's a better version. I'm inclined to approve your original version, but if it made sense for you to continue to play with it and say, yeah, we like that newer version or some elements of the newer version, then you would have that option. That would be my thought.
I think the original version is more like less is more, and it just leaves the Chris Abel building alone.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. My personal preference is to not. It's his building, not mine. I don't want to jam my design aesthetic down his throat.
Right.
So but I'm just, we're just giving our 2 cents, at least my 2 cents, and maybe that's all they're worth. But I think it's more cohesive to have it more tied in architecturally. I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Commissioner Freeman, we'll start with you, and then we'll go down the line. Did you have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Griffin? Commissioner McCacken, questions?
None.
Okay. I have a question for staff. In looking at this reso and looking at what is in the staff report, it seems like the permit that is what we're approving. Is there a reference to the actual design? I'm not sure I see where that ties in. Maybe that's something you can help me. Where is the design referenced?
So the design is referenced as a condition of approval.
Okay, so which one is that?
That would be 1.3, and that condition of approval can be modified in a motion to say the original design, the design is approved, or you could modify that condition to remain ambiguous.
It's 1.3?
Yes.
Oh, so that's, okay. So it's where it reads substantial conformance with approved plans. That's that one.
Yes, that is the condition of approval that ties what we discussed tonight to the resolution.
Because to Commissioner McCann's point, when it says substantial conformance, that word substantial suggests to me a little bit of flexibility that if they were to maneuver things a little bit, it's within that tolerance.
Correct.
And frankly, probably people who are watching this may not be able to follow this because the plans were flashed up there, but we have them in front of us. The difference between the two is just simply the continuation of the fascia board across, so there's no break between the accessory restroom and the main building.
Correct.
It just makes it look contiguous. So frankly, if we approved it as is and they wanted to go with either design, would that be something that the staff would be fine with?
I'm going to defer to Christopher on this question.
Or do you need us to be more definitive, Mr. Wright?
No, I think the condition works as is. If what I'm hearing from the commission is that staff can work with the applicant within the context of the plans that have been presented this evening,
Yeah.
both versions, and find something that works for them in the spirit of
As
the
long as it's
direction you're
either
giving us.
or, right? I think that would be within the spirit of it, and I think what I would like to do is just echo what Commissioner McCann said is, it's their building. We just would like to advocate for a street design that is linear, so that as people driving by, and it catches the eye, that the linear form of the building looks as one structure, one building, one property, one place to go visit versus different buildings that people may go, is that this? Obviously, the facade is the same, so you would, but that's our feeling, that if it was, the fascia board was to go across, provided it doesn't change anything structurally, doesn't diminish your square footage, doesn't change your functionality, that would be our recommendation. You consider that it's more aesthetically pleasing. But it's up to you because it's your building and we would just want to see you succeed. Did you want to speak to us, Ms.?
No, I'm just listening, and I think that's a great, that's a brilliant compromise.
Okay, good. Then you have time
It
to,
gives us a little bit of maneuverability.
yeah,
Yeah, I think that's fantastic.
okay, great. As long as we want you to move ahead, we want to make a decision tonight.
Well, the building's gonna outlive me, so I want this to be something spectacular because it's been around for a long time,
Yes, sir.
So I want what's best for the city, truly.
Yeah, our professional opinion is if you can make that fascia board contiguous, it will just make the sight lines look like one, contiguous building.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit more pleasing to the eye.
Absolutely.
That's all.
And with this agreeance, it gives us the ability to do so.
Yeah, okay,
Perfect.
great. Are there any other questions for the applicant or staff? I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Discussion, any thoughts? I'm in support of this project. I did have the opportunity prior to the design review to meet with the owner on-site, walk through the property. It's very small. He has a very entrepreneurial spirit. He really wants to bring a really great dining bar experience to this location, which I think would enhance that part of El Camino Real. I think he's very committed to the city, he's very committed to his project, he's very committed to this, and I'm very supportive of this project. So that's my feeling. I mean, I'd like to hear from others, but I think we should, approve of this tonight. Anyone else want to share their thoughts?
I agree. I want tacos sooner rather than later. And I can make the findings in the staff report, and I'd be happy to make a motion.
Should we listen to everyone first?
Well, if I didn't hear anybody.
Yeah, I don't want to, if anyone wants to chime in, let's do it, but I'm seeing people more or less nod that they're in
Well, I have
agreement.
something to say.
Okay, please.
Of course.
You're next. Then Commissioner Camp.
I don't think I'm gonna dig in my heels here, not that, probably wouldn't do any good anyway. But I think they've made it pretty clear, at least the architect has. He's not the owner, but he's got some say in this thing, that they're gonna do the original design that came to
You're saying my
DRSC.
emotion, my appeal was not heard?
whether, especially if we give them the option.
Yeah.
Is it approvable as it came in? I already told them it was, right, when we saw it. But I think, we have an opportunity here. We have, you can call it one bite at the apple, because this building's probably not gonna be improved again, to make it a better, iconic, structure on El Camino Real. I think El Camino Real is desperately in need of improvements in several locations, and this is between let's say some of the important locations like Del Mar and North Beach, where, we have an opportunity to do something to really improve it. Is the average individual going to know the difference if they look at the plan or if they see it? Probably not, but that's why we're here, is to see these opportunities through so that we do get something it's higher quality. And sure, it's an aesthetic consideration, so we're going to have differences of opinion. I don't think that the argument that it's going to be, more expensive or it can't be done, I don't think that holds water. I've stated why. So I would suggest that we be a little more, I don't know if it's
Specific.
strong about, let's go with the new. I mean, they provided us an alternate. Let's go with it. It's an improvement. That's what we're here for. This is an aesthetic review. Well, it was a design review subcommittee, but that's very important to what we're trying to do here. So I'm for the project. I'm anxious to see it get completed and improved. But I think we lose an important opportunity if we don't put a little more teeth in our approval and say, let's stick with the site plan, or the floor plan, but let's go with the alternate
Sure.
exterior.
Okay.
Right?
Maybe if we want to do a quick poll of our colleagues here.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
I
great.
don't disagree with you,
Yeah.
Steve, by the way.
I don't either. I just kind of wanted the applicant to pick it.
Well, I'm wondering
Don't want it.
what we're approving. What are we approving?
Attachment 5.
Well,
No, I'm saying, but,
That's what I was asking the staff before, and it's where's the design referenced? And it's in conditions of approval, number 1.3. And I read it earlier that it says it's in substantial compliance, meaning with that wording as is, the applicant can go either direction, and the staff will work with them in that way. It's fine.
Right.
And so my appeal to the applicant was to go for the design that we were recommending, because it will create a linear facade that will create better curb appeal, be more pleasing. It will look a little bit more organized, when you tie things together versus not tying them together. And so for that reason, I think people are naturally drawn to things that are structured, things that are organized. This fascia board would do that. And I agree with everything my colleagues here have said, other than I don't want to, because it's so close, and I'd like for the applicant to step up and say, I agree, and that's what I want to do too, versus saying, you must do it. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
okay, my question was, and I appreciate everything you said, what we're really approving is a development permit.
That's right.
And the development permit I'm reading here is to allow the development of a commercial accessory buildings and exterior modifications in the architectural overlay district. So they're developing the accessory building, which is the restrooms, which is required, and it's in an architectural overlay district. So to me, we do have a little bit more teeth to say, hey, we want this. And I'm inclined to support what, saying, hey, we want the stronger version that we prefer. But maybe we could say, how would you feel, Steve, about saying, okay, but they don't have to do the spider leg stuff on the back? Because we're mostly concerned about the front facade, right?
Agreed.
So maybe that would be a little bit of a compromise. But yeah, I'm inclined to support your motion that you make.
No, I agree with that. So there's a compromise there. And we agree, I think, that the side facing El Camino Real is really the important side, because it affects the streetscape. And we have an opportunity to start setting precedent on El Camino Real. We don't get too many opportunities, it seems like, especially in the areas that are
Right.
far from Del Mar, right? So I'm good with that.
Okay.
I think that's a good way to,
Would you like to make a motion, or would you like me to make a motion?
I think you can.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
I would, I need a few minutes to do some housekeeping here. I want to just, Mr. Applicant, do you want to speak to the conversation that you're hearing and give us your point of view before I close the public hearing?
I think that running the line across El Camino Real and removing the spider legs from the rear of the building is a great compromise.
Good, good to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're good? Okay. Is there any other discussion? Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. And unless there's other discussion, I'm going to look to Mr. McCann to make a motion.
Yeah, I move that we approve this project by adopting Resolution PC 26-001, approving public hearing project 25-488, and development permit 25-541, and that we determine the project categorically exempt from CEQA as discussed in the staff, as recommended in the staff report, and that I recommend we approve, or move we approve, the El Camino Real facade shown in attachment 5.
Can I just procedurally help you with this motion?
Sure.
That you would like to modify condition of approval 1.3, that the conformance of the approved plans as referenced by attachment 5, front elevation.
Yeah, front elevation, but
Front-
not the back.
not the
elevation.
back.
Right.
Are you amenable to that?
Yes.
Support? Okay.
Yep.
And that would complete your motion?
Yep.
Okay. Any discussion about, I'll second that. Is there any discussion? Staff, Brandon, are you clear on that motion with the 1.3 change of conditions of approval?
Yes, that is a clear motion.
Mr. Wright, are you comfortable with the 1.3 modification?
We are clear. One other option is to say with the condition, with the approved plans to include the fascia board on the front and removal of the spider legs, or the way that you suggest. But we're going to take the direction that we're getting.
You
And we're going
understand,
to
yeah.
use it through the process. It's
Very good.
up
Yeah,
to you
we're-
how you
we're-
word it.
By saying the front elevation, we're excluding the spider legs in the back.
It's our understanding that spider legs, the commission's okay to remove.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Motion's been made by Commissioner McCann, seconded by me. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimous. Congratulations. After all this time, you finally have your permit.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We get 10-day.
And by the way, I did close the public hearing, I think, so it's closed either way.
Steve.
We'll be in touch. Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah.
We can chit chat.
Christopher, is the zoning amendment and zoning permit streamlining, is this a public hearing or is this new business?
It's a continued public hearing.
Okay. That's right. And I do remember not closing it, so we'll just resume the public hearing. So we're on to item 8C in our agenda, which is the zoning amendment 25-547. It's a zoning permit streamlining and cleanup amendments. It's a continuation of our public hearing from the Planning Commission meeting prior for making recommendations to the City Council on the city-initiated amendments to our municipal code. And the purpose of it is to provide some streamlining of our review processes, as well as to bring in some cleanup and make sure we're consistent with state law. That's the introduction. David Carrillo is the lead project planner on this. He's prepared the staff report and is going to make our presentation tonight. David, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the commission. it was stated already, the Planning Commission did review this last month, December 17th, and continued it to this meeting today. At that meeting, staff received feedback and some direction from the commission. And so what's before you today addresses that, and I'll go over the responses to each comment we received from the commission. There you go, yes. Before I go on to go over the slides here, just as a reminder, we do have two categories. We have streamlining amendments. We have a total of 6 items under that category. And then we also have some cleanup amendments. We have a total of 4 items under that category. So at the last Planning Commission meeting, we got comments on the item related to the reworked zoning administrator review process. It was stated that there was a preference for a notice of future decision to be mailed versus anything that would be posted on a newspaper or magazine only, given that it'd be challenging for the property owners within the 300-foot radius from the subject property to be aware of such project going on. So staff's response is that there is, with this amendment, a notice of future decision that will be required to be mailed to properties within 300 feet from the project site, which will also include information on how they can go ahead and request an administrative hearing. Other comments we received from the Planning Commission were more on just comments that the staff should keep in mind if we were to go on with this reworked zoning administrator review process, and that was to have staff be mindful of certain projects that could benefit from review by the design review subcommittee and referring those to the subcommittee for feedback. So that's been noted. And also there was a comment that encouraging staff to maintain a public interest list for certain areas with previous concerns to make sure that we notify those residents within a specific radius or the 300-foot radius. And that's been noted as well. Additional feedback was related to the proposed appeals process. What staff is proposing here is to remove the Planning Commission's ability to call up a zoning administrator decision. So the commission, there were some comments individually from commissioners about the concern with that and not giving the Planning Commission the opportunity to review those appeals or call up. The staff did review and consider that comment, but we are moving forward with the original recommendation to remove the Planning Commission's ability to appeal a zoning administrator decision, given that it was unclear if there was majority support to keep the Planning Commission's ability to appeal a zoning administrator decision. With that, staff does have alternative language if the commission would like to keep some form of review, and that language would allow the Planning Commission to review public appeals of zoning administrator decisions. So not necessarily be able to call up a zoning administrator decision, but the Planning Commission would be able to review an appeal, a public appeal of a zoning administrator decision. Another item was related to the dark skies ordinance or the lighting ordinance. There were some individual comments related to concerns with the requirements to keep lighting fixtures under a certain temperature measured in Kelvin or brightness measured in lumens, and the fact that it could be challenging for the residents to purchase such fixtures that would have that information on the packaging. There was also another comment stating that the standards on temperature and brightness can also help the residents move closer to compliance with the dark skies policies. In reviewing that internally with staff, we do feel that it's best to remove this item from this batch of amendments to allow staff to work on a more comprehensive lighting ordinance. We also do recommend that the commission designate the design review subcommittee as a task force to advise staff on lighting standards. We would also look into working with the Dark Skies organization. They do have some resources that could be helpful to the city. They also offer services where they can review draft lighting ordinances and make sure that they're compliant with Dark Skies standards. So we do recommend that. I also did include some lighting standards that were recommended by Commissioner Cosgrove in attachment 2 as well for consideration if you wanted to touch on that. And then the last item is related to temporary parklet dining. We got some, this one we did feel it was a majority comment that the city council hold a hearing specifically for the parklet dining program and then determine if that program should be extended, revised, or terminated. Staff is still recommending that we change the part of the code that talks about the state law that references the time extension, and also extending the program from January 1st, 2026 to, I believe it was July of 2029. I'll confirm that date. We have reached out to the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Business Association and do plan to present this item to them on February 4th and receive feedback. The intent would be to receive feedback from these two organizations before we go to council in the next month or so. There was an amendment that was unintentionally left out from the previous staff report that the Planning Commission reviewed last month, and that is an item that would allow new development on new parcels created from a tentative parcel map or four parcels or less with a building permit. Right now, the code requires that any new development on new parcels created from any subdivision, whether it's a tentative parcel map or tentative tract map, that it go through a discretionary process. So this, again, would allow that new development on new parcels created from a tentative parcel map could be approved with a building permit. So with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission determine the amendments are not subject to CEQA because they do not constitute a project as defined by the state CEQA guidelines, and adopt the subject resolution recommending the City Council adopt the code amendments. And that concludes my presentation, and also available for any questions and willing to go over each item more in depth. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Well done. I just want to see if there's, how we want to proceed. Do we want to just give each individual commissioner the opportunity to ask David questions, and then we can have discussion? Should we do that? Does anyone want to start?
I can if you want.
Commissioner Griffin, please.
I apologize, David. On the restore appeals process, can you walk me through that? And again, I apologize, I wasn't here December 17th. I did get a briefing, but it's been almost 2 months ago. Just help me with that one, and then I've got one other, Chairman.
Yes. If you are able to, I'm not sure if you have the staff report in front of you.
I do.
You can go to attachment 4. So you'll see the changes there, redlined. Essentially, the goal here is to remove the planning commission's ability to call up a zoning administrator decision. Right now, the planning commission and city council is able to do that. So I think it's clear that without the planning commission being able to call up a zoning administrator decision, that it could help expedite the approval of a project before they can go to the next step, which would be a building permit.
Go ahead.
Yeah. And so those are the changes presented here. There's also in section.
And just to the point of,
Yeah.
of what's being proposed, right now, zoning administrator makes a decision, and today, one of us could say, I want that to come to the planning commission? Is that what you're saying? Today?
Sure, you would have to vote on it still, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the revised, what you're proposing is to eliminate our ability to do that, and it would only be the ability of the council to call up a decision of the zoning administrator.
Correct. And this would still allow the city council to refer a project to the planning commission.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Can I just, yeah, I want,
Yeah, while we're on it, let's
but
cover
you
it.
wanted to jump in, and then I want to jump in. Go ahead, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that mostly these changes are to restore what the appeals process was prior to 2023. There's one exception, and that is to limit appeals to be de novo hearings, so that we're reviewing decisions on the evidence that is presented as part of an appeal. That's the only exception.
Go through that again. What is that? You're saying it's not a de novo? It would be just a review of the decision?
So currently, it's open-ended
Okay.
type of appeal. What we're proposing is to make it a de novo hearing.
So it's always new?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's always a complete redo?
yeah.
So it's a relitigation of the whole thing, which is fine. I don't have an issue with that. What I felt would be helpful is if there's a way to, I'm fine with if the planning commission no longer has the call-up, but I do feel that at the zoning administrator level decision, having the appeal, being the planning commission being the appeal body to hear the appeal would be more in alignment with, what our duties are versus it going to the council with a full agenda and all the rest, that typically that is, that a zoning administrator making, those issues should come to us for the appeal. And the example I would give is on the Miramar Theater. So there was a administrative decision made on the Miramar Theater and to put the wall around and allow interior enhancements. That was appealed by Larry Culbertson. And that came here. And I thought we did a very good job of going through the technical details, going through that, and coming up with a good, decision on that. So, I don't know. That's just my thought, and maybe that's what I could poll you guys if is that of interest to the rest of you, or do you feel like, no, if it's appealed, it should go right to the council every time? That's kind of the question that I wanted to pose to everybody and see their thoughts.
What you said makes sense to me. I mean, if it was felt like it wasn't strong enough to go to planning commission in the first place, just to ZA, then if there's question or appeal, it seems like it should come to us. That makes sense.
That's what I was thinking versus then all of a sudden it's kicked up to the council meeting and then they have another 1 a.m. meeting.
Well, and they might ask, well, what does planning commission think about this?
Right.
Because that's frequently a comment out of their mouth.
Right. And they were skipped. And that is another thing that I wanted to bring up is that a lot of the streamlining ends up being, let's just skip the planning commission. That'll save some time. Okay, True, it does, because you're cutting out a level of review. And if there's no value added, cut it out. But and it's just hard to say, well, when is there value added, when is there not? But this is streamlining version 2. This is like part 2. Streamlining part 1 was a lot of, let's remove the planning commission. Let's just make these staff decisions, or let's just go right to council with these decisions. And the trend is continuing. And I feel like at some point, what the trend is not our friend in terms of we don't have the opportunity anymore to have a role in important decisions that are not tactical. That are not strategic, they're more tactical. And I think the tactical decisions regarding things that the zoning administrator is reviewing should come to us. So that, I wanted to poll our group because the staff is saying, well, we didn't get a sense of that the majority of the commission agreed with my position on that at the last hearing. So if you guys all agree, great, let's tell the staff, they can recommend that to the council. The council's going to do what they want. But what's the sense of, do you guys feel like, yes, we can give up the call-up, but we should be the review authority? That would be my recommendation. Can I just see?
I thought that's what we kind of talked about and agreed on.
No, what the staff is doing is saying, we're out completely. We have no role at all in any.
That discussion, I thought that's what we,
Yeah, no, the staff is saying they didn't hear that.
okay.
Well, there's-
I'm in favor of what you're
Okay.
proposing, so, without a doubt.
Patrick?
I support it also.
Okay, and,
Yes.
okay. Steve?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Gary? Okay. Does that help you, Christopher? That, obviously, you're going to recommend what you recommend, but at least you can put it a little footnote that the commission feels strong, unanimously that they should remain at least the review authority.
Yeah, my suggestion would be as part of a motion, I can give you a suggestion on a change that you can read into the motion if you want to make that.
Great.
So if you go to what is attachment 1, exhibit A, those are the clean form of the amendments. Section 11 of that is the appeals section.
I'm almost there, just one sec.
It's a appeals
There's
section.
a lot of scrolling, hold on one
Yeah.
second. Section 11,
Yeah,
okay. That's like 10, 20 pages down.
it's page 20.
Okay, section 11, got it.
Yeah, so if you go to subsection A1
C.
C, see how it says any
Yes, I do.
person, then you would change that zoning administrator to the planning commission.
So that's what, it's actually, yeah, A1.
The first one, yeah,
C?
A1C.
Decisions of, and any person may appeal decision to the planning commission.
Yeah, I think really staff decisions up to zoning administrator have currently been able to be appealed by the public to the zoning administrator. So you can read into the motion to retain the current language with regard to keeping the planning commission as the public appeal body in for subsections A1, A, B, and C, because those are all staff decisions and zoning administrator.
Perfect, okay. Thank you very much.
But it can only be called up.
No, those are if it's appealed by a member of the public.
Okay.
So the call-up process would be removed, but the public could appeal it just like in the case of the Miramar Theater.
And the city council can still call it up.
Yes.
And we, as members of the public, could appeal it to the
Yeah.
planning commission.
Which, yeah,
Yes.
which which the city council just did at their meeting last night. They recalled the Miramar because we approved enclosing the patio as part of our decision, and that's been called up by the council to review that. They did that last night. So we'll see how that goes. Okay. You had one other thing? Because I jumped in on your time.
No, you're fine. I think you're handling it great. Get the topic done, but my second question I answered myself.
Okay.
So I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Scott, anything that you want to talk to David or Christopher about?
Sadly, yes.
Okay, no, go
I
for
have a
it.
few new items. To see,
What's up?
I was going to be here, I'll be as quick as possible. I was going to be here on the 17th. I was here at the pre-meeting.
Yeah.
But then my wife's car got hit on, and totaled on El Camino Real, so I had to run. So I couldn't be here to bring up these points then. So there's certain points, well, big picture, we call this streamlining. In theory it is, but it's not very applicable in most cases. So nobody should kid themselves, staff included, that this is going to do a lot to speed up. In certain cases, if this guy has this particular application that meets these criteria, yes, that's going to help a little, but it's not going to help the majority of people substantially.
Are these the things that we discussed at the end with regard to Public Works, with regard to?
I wasn't here last time, so I don't know what you
No,
discussed.
I'm talking about the pre-meeting.
When you had the
At the
briefing.
pre-meeting,
Oh, yeah.
remember, you and I stayed at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably,
Okay.
probably. David, did you find, was there a requirement about 3 skylights maximum? Did you find anything like that?
I reviewed that subject section and I did not find anything related
Okay.
to skylights.
Okay. I had thought that when we approved the objective design standards, that there was like a 3 skylight maximum, which I think is bad for Title 24, but we can't find it in the code, so I must have been mistaken. I think there should be some kind of a minor grading permit. Right now, any grading over 50 cubic yards, which is not very much, requires a grading permit through Public Works. And I've been told repeatedly that it takes months and months. And so I would like to see us make some modifications to section 15.36.070, changing references from 50 cubic yards to 250 cubic yards. And if something is reviewed kind of, if someone's building a house or a structure or whatever, they're not going to be able to get approval to pour their footings until they have kind of certifications from the geologist of record that the bottoms that have been made are acceptable. And so the work is overseen by a qualified geologist. It just seems to me an unnecessary hurdle to have to go through a big grading permit. It's the same as if we were mass grading, Marblehead. It's the same process for a house that's 51 cubic yards. So I don't know if we have any ability to address that tonight, or we just throw it on the pile of things that still need fixing.
Yeah, my suggestion is to make that as a recommendation in your motion, and we can present that to the city council at the meeting, because that was not initiated by the city council. And then if they have interest in it, then they can direct staff to pursue that item.
Okay. Another item is fire. In the SB 9 stuff, there's a, let's see, what code section is it? 17.86.010, subsection E8, which I'll pass out now for my fellow colleagues. I just think this whole section needs to go, because basically, everything, it has these requirements, but all of our stuff in the city is fire-related stuff, is a review and approved by OCFA. If OCFA doesn't like it, they'll make you do more. They'll make you add sprinklers, they'll make you add a hydrant, they'll make you upgrade your water line, they'll make you do a fire turnaround. Like, everything is reviewed by OCFA. So I don't know why we have specific fire requirements here that we don't have anywhere else in the code. So I would propose to basically change this section, again, which is 17.86.010E8, to just say all new dwellings and structures must be reviewed and approved by OCFA, and all fire hazard mitigation measures must be constructed per their requirements. I mean, if their standards change, then we change automatically with it. So,
Can I comment?
sure, please.
So everything isn't automatically reviewed by OCFA. And if we add that, then you're forcing it to OCFA, which most, in order to streamline, that's the opposite of what we want.
I would not want that.
Right. So there's a checklist, as you know. And if it isn't checked, if any of the boxes, certain boxes aren't checked, it doesn't go to OCFA.
True.
Things like occupancy type, all A occupancies go to OCFA. But we're talking about different different occupancies, B, they don't go to OCFA. And if we do what you're saying, that's forcing it to go to OCFA, which is gonna do the opposite of what we're trying to do here and streamline. So for me, this, I think, is appropriate because it gives us some means to evaluate the fire hazard situation, which is a big deal now, right? Everybody's talking about it.
Can I
So-
jump in? Can you give me an example of something that wouldn't go to the fire authority? I just need some context.
Well, most things don't, unless it is, you can look, there's a checklist that city planning has, that they basically hand it to you and say, if you check any of these boxes, we're routing it to OCFA. So it's things like high hazard storage, A occupancies. That kind of stuff.
I kind of understand what goes. I'd like to hear what doesn't go. Does anyone?
Well, anything that's not on the checklist, doesn't go.
I understand, but.
Okay, so all B occupancies, B occupancies don't go.
What's a B occupancy?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's office. That's commercial office. And those don't necessarily go. And if you force them to go to OCFA,
No one's trying to force them. I just want to understand an example of something that doesn't go. I'm with you. I don't want to force more bureaucracy.
okay, but that's not, I don't think that's relevant to my point.
Can I interrupt for a second? You're 100% right. I was not thinking about the cases where it doesn't have to go to OCFA. I'm just thinking about, like, if an applicant or developer, if it on the checklist, they have to go to OCFA, if they can get OCFA approval by whatever means, by a water storage tank, by an additional hydrant, by sprinklers, by whatever, it just seems like the OCFA approval should be satisfactory and we shouldn't have these in here. But you're right, only when it's required to go OCFA. If it's not substantial enough or doesn't fall in the occupancy type or the use type or whatever, or it doesn't have to go, then this wouldn't be applicable anyway. The last thing I want to do is add more
Yeah.
obstacles.
Plus this, you're pointing to stuff that's only the very high, so I think maybe we just leave this out. And you just move
How
on
much
to
of
your
the
next
city
point.
is very high?
Huh?
How much of the city is very high?
A quarter?
This is very high.
A lot of it.
A
A
lot.
quarter
Well-
to,
But it's super arbitrary. Like the whole south end is, that you could be a half mile from the wilderness area and CAL FIRE paints with a super broad brush.
They do. But it's a hot, no pun intended, hot button.
I understand, but
Right now.
again, OCFA is they're the experts. If someone can satisfy OCFA, that ought to be good enough for us.
Yeah,
that
but-
just, Rook, that's the red is a very high for San Clemente. The orange is high. That's a fire map from
Yeah,
CAL FIRE.
that's a chunk.
That's a lot. You might.
I just
is that
want
half? Is that?
I want to make sure staff is aware that our goal is not to bring up the level of what's being reviewed by OCFA, but to limit this kind of stuff within the city's jurisdiction, which is going to include probably most submittals, especially in a city that's built out for the most part.
And you're 100% right. I mean, I recently did an application and the city staff gave me an OCFA checklist, boom, boom, boom. And it said, okay, you have to go to OCFA for this, whatever. But where it's not required, it just wouldn't be required. But I think if someone can satisfy OCFA, that ought to be good enough for the city because when review is required, it goes to OCFA and they're the fire experts.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Okay, I get what you're saying.
So I don't know if it's like too late to do it in this cycle of changes to consider this, Christopher, but,
What if this is already the current fire code? Because some of these things, I can see one that I would agree, but the others I probably wouldn't. Like our code must say, I mean, right now up in Talega, there's cul-de-sacs. This would eliminate a future development of no cul-de-sacs, although we already have it.
Yeah, my suggestion is that you can provide a recommendation or direction to staff to research this issue, consider opportunities to remove some of these rules without creating unintended consequences well, actually back up. I would just say that you forward a recommendation to the city council to consider potential opportunities to amend the section, because they did not initiate this item. And I can only presume that there was thought put into those standards. I can't say what that was, so I'm cautious in removing them.
Anything with fire, I think we should, because when I sit in on meetings, OCFA has their rules, and they rely on the city to have their rules. Everyone stays pretty much in their lane. I don't see OCFA going, oh, we have the super set of rules, so we're no. It's like, well, we care about putting out the fire and these things. But we're relying on the city engineering to have their requirements, we're relying on city planning to have their requirements, and it all works together. So I would not want to spend our time trying to reduce very high wildfire requirements in planning. I just don't think that saves us time, and I think that it's not a life safety thing is not a shortcut. We should just not touch this.
Can we take a poll on this?
Sure,
real quick?
yeah.
One concern would be.
Yes, absolutely.
Roman numeral 5, A5, under this. This is what's in these changes. Do we meet that? Do we have a reservoir for all the houses that don't have swimming pools? That for each of those houses, there's 5,000 gallons stored somewhere?
No.
So I don't know why we would put that in if we don't already, if this became part of it, we would then have to build a reservoir somewhere, right?
I can't comment on the source of that code, only that time went into it, speaking with various staff, and so I'm not in a place to comment.
Okay, well, I don't have a problem with including it, just as long as anything that's approved by the council, we also make sure there's a municipal code that backs it up.
One of the issues I take
Not
issue.
sure I know what you, can you maybe restate what your objective is with this? Because it seems like this is what it says now, right? And you're saying remove all this and just defer to OCFA for everything, and just remove this. Is that what
That
you're
would be
saying?
my suggestion.
Right. So Gary, the stuff that you're saying, all we should have.
This is in our current code.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me take a poll. So Scott's recommending we recommend to the city council that they remove fire hazard mitigation measures from our city planning and just defer to OCFA. So I'm going to just take a poll. Who is in favor of doing that? So Scott is. Anyone else? No?
I think we can look at each of these items, because
I think
if the one that Gary just pointed out, I mean, that's never, as far as I know, that's not enforced.
Chair, if I may.
Swimming pool?
Yeah.
So just for the benefit of the commission, this item is ultimately going to be acted on by the city council. So the planning commission is acting in an advisory capacity.
That's right.
So it can certainly make all of these recommendations. I believe that staff is going to, in the staff report that gets presented to the council, staff will provide a summary of the discussion that took place here. So the commission is free to make these recommendations, recognizing, of course, that ultimately city council will be the one to make the decision. And in the interim, between now and when the council does act on it, the staff can actually look into some of these things. This is a continued hearing, so the commission can also continue.
I'm just, for me, I'm not comfortable having my name attached to removing planning standards for fire hazard mitigations.
So let me point out, this is only applicable for SB 9 projects. So this is like extra layers of requirements that are on SB 9 projects that aren't on any other projects in the city.
Yeah, so this is just
I didn't know that.
This is, it's out of context. This, I'm not understanding this exactly, so.
Help me. What's
Yeah.
SB 9?
Is that the lot
So if
split?
the lot split, and if people put extra, they can put like 2 extra units in there.
Thank you.
if they have a huge
ADUs.
Yeah, it's the ADU, JADU.
Why don't we just leave it in, but tell tell the council that we do have concerns that, can the city meet this?
Especially.
First of all, is it in the code, and what about the cost of a reservoir?
Well, what one of my issues is it says, okay, this paved street has to be at least 40 feet wide. Well, almost every street in the city normally streets are like 30 to 36 feet wide. So they're just trying to shut it down.
Well, I think the big thing is 2 independent points of access. That eliminates a cul-de-sac.
Well, and let's think about what was the intent with these requirements. Remember, we put together the guidelines for ADU and JADUs, and what we were trying to do, this is a public hearing, but was make it as difficult as possible.
Right, so these things
And-
don't proliferate.
These items, I have a feeling,
Mm-hmm.
we're serving that intent. And if we suggest taking them out, that's opening the floodgates, because just looking at these items, right?
Right.
1 through 5, nobody's gonna, especially that item number 5. You know, you gotta put a swimming pool in, you know, let's get a deal killer for an ADU, right?
Right.
So I'm thinking, for that reason, we leave it. I didn't realize this was just for SB 9.
Right.
I mean, do you agree with that? I mean, that was our intent.
Well, I think this came from like city administration. It wasn't us per se.
Yeah, but we liked it.
Well,
If I could.
a majority of people liked it.
Okay, so you did, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
If I could comment,
An ADU project you're trying to get rid of?
it's just that there's time that went into these standards and different people had a part in it that aren't here. And so staff's not in a position to really get into the merit of making individual changes to these sections. I would just suggest if there's interest in potentially changing it, then making more of a general recommendation to staff and the city council, that then when we, as the city attorney described, when we present this to the city council, they have something in their staff report. So the nature of your recommendation, we can convey it to the city council, and if they want to make those changes, then they'll direct staff to do so.
Okay. It doesn't
And we'll
sound-
have all the staff look at it in an informed capacity to present something.
It sounds to me like there's not support for it, so
I don't think so.
I'll drop it.
Okay, what else you got?
That's it.
Oh, that's it?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you had a lot more. Okay.
Nope.
Okay, so you have, what is the grading? So the grading,
I like the grading.
yeah.
The grading,
We want to change that to 250 cubic yards, is that it?
that would be my recommendation.
All
Well,
right.
and that's all we're doing is recommending anyway.
Yeah. Okay, Steve, do you have some stuff you want to ask
I think
about?
we beat this thing to death. But,
The fire
I like
thing
your
wore you out?
Suggestions.
250 cubic yards is a lot of dirt.
No, it's not.
Well, look at, if each one of those seats is 1 yard, right, in height, and you go across 5, and you go back
It's
10,
easy with footings alone to get up.
and you go back 10, how many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that's almost the whole, maybe eliminate the last 3. That's 50 cubic yards.
And that's just-
250 is
Yeah, but
5
that's
times
just
that.
Moving of dirt.
I know.
Even if you, like, if a geologist recommends, like they frequently do, okay, you got to dig it out and then put it back. Like, just for recompaction, so you got a nice firm base to build your structure on. If you just move it and touch it, that counts in your quantities. So
And 50 triggers what? You have to get a what?
you have to get a grading permit through Public Works that takes months and months to get.
Well, why don't they just work on getting them out quicker?
No, you can't, planning has no control over Public Works. Public Works is our biggest.
Couldn't our comment be, why does it take so long to get a grading permit? Because that's a lot of dirt.
Well, we can vote on it, or we,
250
That's
would be, 250 would be, if, okay, stack those 2 sections, eliminating the last 3 rows on top, and that's only 200 cubic yards, and then another 50, so you go up into the police department. It's a lot of dirt
Well,
to move around without, does a grading permit tell you where you're gonna, how the grade is gonna be at the end?
yes.
So you could
And how
move,
much
you could
county-
move this whole building, it would probably be the whole building filled with dirt, and then put it back where you want without a grading permit? There still has to be someone that said that it needs to be flat or it needs to be like this.
Yeah, but that's recommended in the geotechnical report, because it has to be inspected.
Well, when is that triggered, a geotechnical? Just when, anything?
Anything you build.
With the building permit, you're not gonna be able to pour your footings until your geologist signs off on, hey, we've done everything we need to do.
The thing that we're trying to avoid is this months-long review of any grading permit.
Okay,
And I know
I don't
from
really have that.
experience, just as.
And if they have less to review, the other ones will go faster.
So just put in there, the council, we advise it be removed, but let them see that that's changing what our code is right now, right? Or the rules. Okay,
What is the implications of people not getting a permit? What is that?
The projects will go faster.
Right, but I mean, does that mean what's the difference between having a permit and not having a permit for grading? What do you get by having a permit? Is it
Just
just,
the city's permission to do it.
okay, but the task is the same regardless?
Yes,
So it's just notification, the city's aware of it?
yes, but it's gonna,
Process, so that there's an ability, and a lot of cities are trying to do this. Because planning, for instance, if you wanna try to get it, let's say you want to try to get a variance where you're required to have, 153 parking spaces, but somebody has 151. You've got to go through an entire variance process through planning, which can take months, even years, just to allow somebody to put in a restaurant or whatever when they're so close. That's just an example. I'm not saying that's what.
I'm
we're
just trying to
looking
understand
for.
the grading, like, Christopher, what does the city give up if the grading permit threshold goes from 50 to 250?
I can't say for certain because I'm not in public works. I think that as part of permitting, they might have conditions of approval, a different parts of the municipal code that apply to when you have a grading permit or not. I don't know.
I think I can answer your question.
Okay.
They give up a final grading inspection,
Okay,
but the building inspector is gonna be out there and reviewing the site at the end anyway.
would you be comfortable if what we tagged on here is planning commission recommendation that the city council direct staff to review the grading permit threshold currently at 50 cubic yards and increase it with the to some point that, where it would streamline the grading process or something like that, without being prescriptive and saying it should go from here to here?
I mean, if that's what, well, either way, I mean, I would prefer to put a target number and let them whack at it, and they might kick it to Public Works and say, hey, you guys, what do you think about this, and whatever. But either way, they're gonna kick it around. I mean, I'd rather have that than nothing.
Yeah,
Well, weren't we talking though about a minor grading permit of some sort?
Well, I was saying that you could have a minor grading permit that was kind of a lot more quick and dirty.
Yeah, so we're not specifying what that is, but there's an option of not having to go through the complete grading. You're still getting it reviewed to some level. Maybe it's through building instead of Public Works, which makes a big difference. And building still has requirements for the grading. It has to drain properly, everything, everything has to still be done, but doesn't have to get kicked to Public Works. That's where the delay.
I think you're right. My original idea was do a minor grading permit from like 50 to 250.
Well, that's what we
It's just
talked about.
quick and easy,
Yeah.
as opposed to the full-blown.
yeah. Maybe that could be our recommendation, that that the council consider adding a new streamlined grading permit that for projects under 250,000 cubic yard, or 200 cubic yards, that can go through the planning
Yeah, let's
department.
let the building department chime in.
Yeah,
terms of
maybe something like that.
How
Yeah.
that's
And if they
defined.
don't like it, they'll just do what they want to do. It doesn't
But I
matter.
think the point is that could be a significant streamlining of
Okay.
permits if we could do that.
So why don't you maybe jot down
Okay.
your language, and
Okay.
when we get to it, you can put it in. I'm sorry, Gary, did you have anything that you wanted to question staff about?
I'd let council decide. Just tell them what we talked about, maybe increasing.
I mean, in general, with the report, I'm coming to you for
No,
your
I'm
comments.
ready to go. I've
Okay.
looked over this too long.
Okay, can I just summarize then? What I think I heard tonight is we would like to approve this, but we would like to change section 11, A1 through A through C, something like that. And on having the planning commission retain the role of the review. Then we'll have Scott's language. Then the other thing was the temporary parklet dining. So, David, what you're proposing here is that this is going to extend the temporary, and you're emphasizing temporary, but you're pushing it out to 2029, the
Correct.
temporary. So what I want to poll my colleagues, that is, okay, I guess 3 years away. But it's just, in effect, it's pushing out the parklet dining another 3 years. I anecdotally hear a lot of griping about parking on Del Mar. And sure, so what my feeling is, and what is it, David, about 42 spaces, if my memory, that the parklets currently take up on Del Mar parking spaces, 42? Is that right, roughly?
I'm not sure on the number. Chris, do you know the number approximately?
I don't know.
It's somewhere in that neighborhood.
That sounds about right.
Somewhere in there.
40 to 60 spaces.
So I want to ask my colleagues, do we want to point that out to the council, that this is maybe something that they should consider separately, as a separate public hearing, that we would be happy to host, with notice to all of the businesses on Del Mar, versus just extending it another 3 years?
I agree, because parking, it's gonna be by degrees to try and improve this situation. And even though it sounds like a small number, if it's 42, whatever it is, it's significant on Del Mar. So, do we really want to just blanket extend it, which really is sort of a strike against our efforts to improve the parking situation?
Yeah.
Is that, maybe.
That's what I want to get a pulse of, and we could offer to the council, we would be happy to hold a public hearing and have people come and speak on it. And if, the overwhelming businesses say, we really, really need this, or maybe we don't, maybe we hear, no, we can I don't know. I just feel like we should highlight this as a question to this. Do you want to continue this another 3 years without reviewing it or without a public hearing?
Yeah, we talked about the comments that we received at the last meeting, and one alternative available to the commission is to pull this item out of the resolution. And we have the section numbers if you wanted to do that.
Okay.
And then make a recommendation to the city council, because they did initiate this. And so you can make this recommendation to offer to hold a separate hearing, or
Right.
any particular reviews that you think should be done as part of the decision process. And it's up to the city council then to decide whether to follow that recommendation or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if the council all are saying, yeah, we want to keep this going, so let's push it out another 3 years. If that's what they want, they'll just do that. But I want to highlight, hey, this is what this is doing. Is that what you want? Be aware. And we recommend, before you adopt this aspect of it, hold a public hearing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I think staff is suggesting that we remove it completely.
Yep.
So we wouldn't be recommending extending it for 3 years. We wouldn't be doing anything. And from my perspective, just one of 7 of us, I do not want to hold the public hearing on this. This is a big issue in this community, and it's a city council issue.
Got it.
So I don't relish or welcome having that at this at this body. I think it needs to be at the
Okay.
council. But we don't have to make any
Right.
comment like that. We just need to pull it out of our recommendations and remain silent.
When
It's at the
is it set to
purview-
expire? Is it July of this year?
Yes.
Right. So what would happen if this is pulled out? What is the staff going to do?
We're going to present, it's still going to present it to the city council. They initiated this item, as well as any recommendations that you have. And the city council could still take action on those amendments.
Yeah, so if we take it out,
Mike,
then I think, I'm sorry.
your mic.
So if we take it out, there's still going to be some discussion at city council about that particular item.
There should be, yeah.
But, you know, they're under, I think, more duress, if you want to call it duress, to come up with a solution for parking. If they want our input, fine.
Okay. So how could we?
So I agree with them.
How do we highlight this as, so that they know it's that this is in there, extending it for 3 more years? That's all I want to do is say, beware, this is in here for 3 years. Is that what you want to do? You know, I think that's all I want to do, is just highlight it so that's just not buried in there, and then all of a sudden, they don't realize they've passed it.
I think there's 2 ways of doing that. First is through the minutes of the meeting. The second way is if the commission doesn't wish to recommend approval of the changes that are presented, like I mentioned before, you could take them out of the
Okay.
resolution, and then your final motion would include, 1, adopting the resolution with whatever changes you suggest, with some additional, I'm hearing a couple additional recommendations. One might be the grading permit change, and another one might be some other things related to this subject. So you're able to make additional recommendations that aren't part of the resolution. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so would everybody be comfortable if we removed it and we recommended the council that they hold a public hearing before extending it 3 more years? Is that fair? Okay. Okay, I'm pretty good with all the rest of these in here. So what I have are the appeal for ZA decisions, outdoor dining, and grading permits. Those are the 3 things. Does anybody have any other recommendations they want to make? Hearing none. Christopher, can you help me fashion our motion for this so we get it right? I see Justin's giving you some advice, so I'll pause.
So we're still gonna present that code item to the city council. They wanna basically forward it on to the city council without it being part of the resolution.
Can't the resolution note our concerns?
What time?
So Christopher, can I make a suggestion? Instead of us going through the attachment and trying to tweak the attachment, the recommendation, we simply adopt the recommendation of staff, and then we just have a couple of common sense bullets. Planning Commission approves this with some recommendations. And the first recommendation is, they would like to the Planning Commission would like to be the review body for ZA decisions. And then you guys can figure out the language between now and the council meeting. If the council says, yeah, we agree with that, then you would have the alternative wording that they would adopt. Then we'd say, two, we just want to highlight that included in this is an extension of the outdoor dining for 3 more years, and we don't think that that should be done without you conducting a public hearing on whether or not that's something the community wants to do, or to see happen, given the concern about parking. And 3, we recommend that you direct staff to look at a grading permit light for between 50 cubic yards and 250 cubic yards to help streamline the grading process. Something, I mean, that would be those are our recommendations, and they don't have to be, we don't have to sit here and craft it inside your resolution. We just say those are, and then you guys can have alternative language ready to go if they want to adopt any of our recommendations.
Sure, I would suggest going down that route. Yeah, I think that's a good way to approach it. And as for the issue on, I believe you said outdoor dining.
Yes.
The commission's position on that, if I understand correctly, is you don't have a preference. You just want to ensure that the council's going to consider that at a public hearing. Is that right?
Yeah, the council's aware that this would extend it 3 more years.
So I would suggest a motion to adopt the resolution as it's been presented with the revision on the on the grading and the zoning administrator appeals, and then directing staff to ensure that it briefs the city council on the outdoor dining extension.
Yes, that would be great. Okay, so I'm just gonna make a motion, let's see how it goes. So I'm going to move that we, hold on a second, I get to it here. Number 1, we determine that the amendments are not subject to CEQA and they do not constitute a project. And 2, that we adopt the Planning Commission Resolution 26002 recommending the City Council adopt zoning amendment 25-547 zoning permit streamlining and cleanup amendments. 3, that we request the following Planning Commission recommendations be forwarded to the City Council with this item. 3A, the Planning Commission would like to retain the role of appeal body for zoning administrator decisions. 3B, we wanted to point out to the council that the staff should explain to you that the outdoor dining is it being extended for 3 years as part of this package. And 3C would be, we recommend that you direct staff to look at a streamlining for grading by directing staff to consider a minor grading permit for between 50 cubic yards and 250 cubic yards using the planning department versus the current process of having to go through Public Works. Or building, or wherever it goes now, that supposedly
It
takes
goes to
forever.
Public Works now.
Okay.
So we wanted to go to building.
Does that capture, so does that, something you can support? Okay, so that's my motion,
I'll second.
seconded by Commissioner
second.
Camp. Do we need to refine it in any way, or by me reading into it, can you? And then if the commission would authorize me as part of the motion to review whatever is sent to the council for any wordsmithing that staff may want to run by me before it's submitted, just to make sure it represents would you guys authorize me to be that representative to staff? Does that help you, Christopher, so that we can go through it before you could take it to council and I can, yeah, that's what we
Can
meant.
you also include me, just so I can kind of look at the text?
Yeah, I can include you, yeah. Okay, so that's my motion. It's been seconded by Commissioner Camp. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimous. Hey, done. And it's only 10 o'clock.
If I could, Tamara, did you say we have to make a motion to continue the meeting past 10?
I think it's 11, isn't it?
No, it's 10.
Is it 10? It's 10. Okay. We're almost done. I move that we continue the remainder of our agenda. Seconded by Commissioner Freeman. All those in favor? Aye. Aye, okay. Opposed? Unanimous. We're going to continue. 11B is the TFA, the tentative future agenda. Anybody will have a question or comment about, or Christopher, did you have anything you want to highlight?
Yes, we have some changes just to mention on the February 4th meeting as shown. Those two items on the LCP studies were likely to be pushing to the February 18th meeting. We're trying to get comments from the Coastal Commission on those studies as part of our presentation to the Planning Commission. So we've asked for their input a couple times, hope to get it. The other change is on the, yes?
So does that mean that meeting's likely to be canceled, sounds like? Because you'd have to have staff reports out pretty soon, even.
I think in the adjournment, it is to go to February 18th, but Tamara, if you could check into that.
No, we have the adjournment to the 4th.
Okay.
We made those changes, I think, after I've already found this agreement.
What's NH mean, no hearing?
That's okay, we'll just cancel.
Yeah, I think we could cancel that meeting then.
Does NH mean no hearing? NH parking study?
Yes, we're proposing to push those items to the
Is that what
following
NH
planning
means,
commission.
no hearing?
Probably meant to be NB, new business. Probably what
Yeah,
it meant to
new
be.
business.
Is it
new
NH or
bus-
NB?
And
Because then it says media only.
it's new business.
Okay, all right. So it's just a media presentation,
Yeah,
all right. Okay, I've just never seen New Hampshire
We-
before.
we haven't decided for sure what type of item those will be, but either way, we're proposing to push those to the following planning commission meeting. So that's the first change I wanted to mention. So I think we could cancel the February 4th planning commission meeting based on what's shown here. The other change,
We'll be able to do a public hearing anyway.
yeah.
We would only be able to do a consent or new business.
And then the February 18th public hearing, we were proposing to push the new business SIP update to the March 4th Planning Commission meeting. And just so, I can talk more about that item when we get to the next part of the agenda. Those are my items to highlight.
Okay. Are we done with 11B? And then,
Can I ask a question about that? I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
I'm just curious why, oh, never mind. I figured it out.
We don't, and typically, Tamara, we have a commission reports and staff reports item. So I'm just going to consider that as part of, I mean, maybe that's 11A, because we don't, it just has 11B, there's no 11A on the agenda that I'm seeing, right? Oh, commissioner reports is A. It just doesn't show it on the online version. Okay. So I skipped that. Commissioner report, do we have commissioner reports or staff reports? Anybody? Christopher, do you have anything?
I just wanted to mention that for the SIP, what that, just to remind the Planning Commission, that is their strategic implementation program as part of the general plan. That was last updated with the prior budget, so we're trying to do that with the budget cycle, of which we'll be presenting a report to the Planning Commission for your feedback after we get recommendations from the different departments on what priorities they've heard from the city council or they have to implement the general plan over the next 5 years and beyond. So we do intend to get your feedback on that before it's incorporated into the draft long-term financial program. And then maybe one other thing to highlight is that I can gladly say we promoted David Carrillo in the planning department to lead project planner. So
Great.
one other thing to mention.
Should have mentioned that when he was here.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah, I want to mention to you, Christopher and Tamara, I will not be able to attend the 18th meeting. I'll be out of town. So, just so you know, I won't be here. So that means hopefully you'll be here?
Yeah, I plan to be.
Okay. Otherwise, so you can chair the meeting? And,
Do you have a waiver form that you can send over to me?
I don't know, do I?
Not, I can email one to you tomorrow.
Oh, I have one right here in my little notebook. I'll fill it out right now. Okay,
We should wait till after we adjourn.
yeah. Is there anything else that anyone else wants to bring up? Okay,
I just sent a text to Jonathan real quick about canceling the next meeting. So
when do we want to adjourn to?
give me,
Why don't we just
well,
adjourn
just
to
while
our
we
next
talk
meeting
about
and then
it.
cancel it?
I'm looking at the TFA and not seeing any items right now. It says that the notice deadline is passed already. So yeah, it's for sure. We should adjourn to the February 18th meeting.
Okay, I move that we adjourn to the next regular planning commission meeting, that it will be scheduled for Wednesday, February 18th, 2026 at 6 PM and will be held at the San Clemente City Hall Council Chambers. Anyone who wants it?
Second.
Seconded by Patrick Griffin. Any discussion? All those in favor of adjourning to the 18th? Aye. Passes unanimous. Adjourned.